Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you wonderful people out there in Hash World land, and welcome to Hash Church episode 98. If you can imagine, 2 episodes away from the big 100, about to get into our triple digits, and I gotta say, I give thanks every Sunday morning to be able to wake up and see all you wonderful people checking it out. I really do appreciate it. Just waiting for it to go live on YouTube here. Seems to be taking a little bit longer than usual. Maybe I'll send out the links real quick. And we'll get our crew in here. See what's going on. Not sure why the chat is not starting. Is it starting? Let me see what's going on here. Might have to revamp here. No, it's not starting for some reason. Very, very strange. It says Lear. Weird, it's live and it's not going yet. Well, I guess I got to figure this out here. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Very good, very good. Now I will send out the links for this wonderful Hash Church episode 98. Going to send out the link to Indra, as he had an interest on coming back and sharing some information with us today. And of course, we're always excited about that. Send off the link to Chimera through the Skype, and then I will go through and send off the link to everyone else. Here we go. Mr. Hemp Guy in the room. Mr. Johnny B in the room. They beat out our original Etienne. Never see people come in before Etienne. That was some quick action right there. 280 folks popping away. Well, I think I got that off to everyone this morning, did I not?
Yes, you did.
Well, then perfect. I think I can. That was the longest time YouTube has ever taken to start the chat. I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. I might have to not send out the link. And anyway, it worked. It's got the sapphire cleaning up nicely.
Good morning, Bubbleman. Good morning, John. Hello, Sam.
Another beautiful day.
Howdy. How's everyone doing?
Oh, doing pretty good over here. Can't complain anyway. It looks like it's going to be another beautiful day, and the boat is in the water. The motorcycle is all charged up and insured, and I don't know, toys are fun in the summer.
Toys are weak.
Yes.
Yeah, bad echo, guys.
Try muting your mic. Yeah, but do you hear the echo now? Exactly. Once you mute your mic, that echo will disappear. If you unmute your mic, now John, that's how we hear it all the time when your mic is unmuted. So there you go. Good to mute that Mikey. All right, let's blow some smoke rings to the Vatican. I got my dabinator plugged in from the D-nail. I go from the D-nail to the dabinator back and forth. Nice, Etienne. What do you got there? Is that your egg?
Yep, that's the egg today.
I'm a Taurus kind of guy today.
Sweet. I'm wearing a shirt for the City Gallery. You still have a little bit of feedback there, sir. May want to turn off your sound here. All right. So, give a shout out to the City Gallery there in San Francisco. They opened up an actual glass gallery in San Francisco, and they had, for the opening was Calm, Darby, Royals, Kurt B, Slinger, Piper Dan, J.D. Mapleton, Tristan Hodges, Ease, T-Funk, Banjo, Mr. Gray, Mike Luna, Travis Weber, Contrabasso. Amazing. They're only open up till the 7th in San Francisco with that show. So if anybody is in San Francisco and want to go get some cool art gallery there in the Tenderloin, it's going on right now. It's pretty awesome glass if you want some fat glass.
Is the glass actually overweight?
Yeah, it weighs so much, man. You know, they're like, oh, too heavy. You know, there's the diet section. And then there's the regular section with the really fat glass with the pH, you know, because everybody loves fat glass.
It's the obese glass.
You never know. You know, glass blower could have got a little carried away. Could have happened.
Uh-huh.
The old In-N-Out burger. It'll be the death of glass.
Dude, you wanna know what's really weird? Every time John Morgan would visit me, he would. Who has the bad echo? Mark. Mark has the bad echo. Still doesn't have headphones. Oh, Mark.
I heard it was Etienne.
I
heard it was me.
Don't make me give middle fingers. Hey,
man,
what are you doing, Bubbleman?
If you're gonna flip anyone off, just flip me off, okay? Because I won't get mad. It'll be okay. I can handle it.
I'm happy to say that Indra realized nobody flipped him off. He went back, he looked through it, and he realized it was just Johnny's index fingers going like this.
I feel better now.
That looked like a flip off.
He was just tribute to Ozzy. It was nothing offensive.
He also mentioned that he watches people's mannerisms and their facial expressions, and he was also putting that together a little bit with why he thought it was the finger. So he knows you didn't give him the finger, Johnny B. He has nothing but love for everyone on the Hash Church panel, and we should see him here in the next 15 or 20 minutes. Hopefully I did send him the link earlier. So.
That's awesome. He's an amazing gentleman and such a humbling gentleman to listen to, and somebody that I'm glad he has an opportunity to speak out in a way that those who need to listen are.
Yeah, I enjoyed having him on. I thought it was great. I look forward to him again today. He wanted to come on and share some information about his pruning and his trimming techniques that he uses on his plants, so it should be interesting. And in the meantime, let's dip some rosin into some terps.
And what flavor?
Okay.
Many flavors, many
All
flavors.
right. I gotta ask Mark, what did you change? How do you have this audio loop over there in Canada?
I'll tell you what, Todd, I won't turn my mic on again. You guys go ahead. Just please moderate the room for me, so I won't be able to talk when it's quiet. So if you guys can do that, I'll sit here.
No, you can talk to us, just that you never have a loop. How do you suddenly have a loop?
Is your YouTube sound on?
Yeah, I don't understand why Mark's looping. Mark is now quiet as could be. Oh, this is going to be the mime show. This would be really funny. Mark, can you mime everything?
Is he miming?
I think he's miming Let's Get High. That looks like Let's Get High.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Looks like Let's Get High.
I think let's blow some smoke to the Vatican.
I just hope he leaves the camera on you the whole time, Etienne. That'll be perfect. Hey, it's Sam. Good morning from
Morning, Sam. I was going to talk about these fake terps that I got from somebody. And we determined that it was 3 different types of terpenes to try and make up the cannabis terpene.
Oh, they're trying to do flavors and scents?
Yeah, we got these from, I'm not going to think of the name. That Darrin comes on, he'll remind me. It's a Blue Dream, but I was talking with Horatio, and he's like, these are definitely not cannabis-derived. And we determined that just by the flavors and stuff. People are really just trying to come up with something.
I think a lot of people are mixing together natural terpenes found outside of cannabis and coming up with profiles. A lot of people are doing that. Even the people that gave me the true terpenes that I've been loving smelling and everything, they've been mixing them together and making cannabis profiles too, using the data that you see coming out of the lab.
This one, I did a dab with it the other day because I wanted to try it, and it just made me cough, and it wasn't right.
I'm not smoking, I'm not trying to inhale a lot of hydrocarbons personally. I see what the high alkaline things do to, fats, and I think that's just not what I need in my lungs. I mean, I think that the terpene levels in cannabis are so minute that it's not a conversation. But when you start taking terpenes derived from all these other sources and then whipping them together in a bottle, I don't know. They smell nice, and I would smell them, but would I inhale them? Scialdone, what's your feelings on inhaling artificial? Or you have to treat each terpene differently, though. Really, I mean, each terpene isn't the same.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, you would put butter on your toast or butter on a bagel, but you wouldn't just consume butter. Well, I don't know. Maybe you would.
Whoa, we could dab butter. I haven't tried
Yeah.
that, right?
Hey, can I get some of that unsalted?
I always like the deep fried butter, where they take a frozen stick of butter and they bread it and they fry it, they deep fry it. Obviously, there's nothing left, right? Because it just all the butter just comes out in the deep frying process, doesn't it?
You know, I kind of already miss Mark, man. Can you mime something, Mark?
Deep fried butter.
Yeah, that's totally an American thing. We do these things at these country fairs.
Mark just flipped you guys off.
I felt it, man. All the way down to California, bro.
I need more butter.
How's Amsterdam there, Sam?
It's great. Actually, quite a nice day today. It's been raining off and on the last week, but today was nice.
Hold up, wait a minute. It was raining in Amsterdam? No way.
No, it was actually just liquid sunshine delivered.
Liquid sunshine. Oh, that's awesome. I wish it was
I
just
got sunshine all over me.
liquid orange sunshine, right?
That's something completely different.
Whoa. I did a year with him. You would have liked him, Scialdone. Nick Sand was a protege chemist. His dad was a chemist in the 40s and 50s, and he learned from his dad and became one of him and Owsley making all the LSD for the Brotherhood back in the day.
What was his name?
His name is Nick Sand, Nicholas Sand. And,
Nick
he's a really nice guy, Nicholas Sand. He was responsible for the Orange Sunshine.
And he's still around?
Nick is very much still alive. He and I were both in Terminal Island together in the year 2000, so we used to hang out, do yoga. We used to do sweats together with the Native Americans, and he would teach me organic chemistry, and I showed him Alexander Shulgin's books for the first time, Pikal and Tikal, blew his mind.
Cool.
He couldn't believe all those recipes were published.
So he was a protege of Owsley, did you say?
No. Him and Owsley were equals. He was a protege of his dad, dude. He grew up in a lab. So his dad was a chemist, and Nick became a chemist too. No, him and Owsley were probably two of the only guys around, that were private that could make LSD by the kilo.
Yeah, when I met Bear last time when he was still around, he told me he had 3 pharmaceutical companies in Australia still making it, supposedly. But no, I was fortunate. I actually had some orange sunshine 20 years ago. A friend of mine used to, he actually moved into a house in Berkeley that turned out to be the old print house for all the old posters, the psychedelic posters.
Oh,
and when he moves into the house, he has all the plates. Every single one. So he started to trade those plates for real art, and so he's collected real rare dead art from Eric Griffith and all those guys by trading these plates to people. And one day he actually traded a pack of Orange Sunshine and Purple Haze, which were time capsules sealed with 100 each. And I was very fortunate to try both. And I have to say, hands down, the best LSD I've ever had. And it was 30 years old by the time I had it, and it was fucking amazing.
Wow.
It was in little micro barrels, so you could crush it in between quarters and then snort it, and the acid would come on within 15 minutes so beautifully. It was the most amazing LSD. I mean, solid all the way around, and that stable after that many years too. It was beyond humbling.
I was in Laguna when the Brotherhood had their festival, and they had a helicopter drop carnations and little cards which had a hit of sunshine onto them. They dropped thousands of these.
Just how high up were they when they dropped them?
Does the acid
I
count?
don't know, a few hundred meters, but pretty soon the audience was actually a lot higher than the helicopter.
Oh yeah, way. The helicopters were beneath
That's what
them.
they call an uplifting experience.
Why can't we do that at cannabis events? Just drop tons of leaves.
Well, we did
not
back in the
acid,
90s.
just
In the 90s, we used to get donated leaf for the rallies in Berkeley and in San Francisco. People would donate leaves, so we would roll like 1,000 joints, and then we would go to the rallies and we'd put on like Ronald Reagan masks and Nixon masks, and then we'd go through the crowd passing out all these joints. And I actually met my ex-wife that way, passing out 1,000 joints in Berkeley. And I saw this beautiful woman.
Nobody's going to take a joint from Ronald Reagan or Nixon. They figure it's going to be just shake.
And it is, right?
Yeah,
What kind of cool joke is that? Here's a joint. Not. That's mean, man.
It's free weed, man.
It's a freak with a rubber mask. You take a joint from a freak with a rubber mask, especially if it was a Nixon mask.
As long as
I don't even think you can walk around in those masks now.
Well, here in Vancouver, they've been giving away free joints at all the 420 rallies and all of the July 1st for years now to everybody in the crowd to make sure everybody's got a joint. A lot of the donations have been coming, buds and small popcorn and stuff. I've been seeing it coming in like crazy over the years, and it's always nice to see. Passing it out.
Yeah, and it was not a negative reaction. I passed out all 1,000 joints, and everybody smoked them. But this was People's Park in Berkeley, so everybody's a tad more educated.
I was there at the demonstrations for People's Park when they brought in the helicopters and they were using those sound machines and tear gas from helicopters.
That was the riot in the 60s, right?
Yeah, for People's Park. Yes, the first one, the big one.
Yeah, that's a mural on the wall, which we still teach people about.
It was not a pleasant experience because they completely overpowered us.
Yeah, they used nothing but physical violence to beat the living shit out of everybody. They even killed people. Yep, protests in America turned violent thanks to the police, unfortunately, back then. Gotten a lot better. When we did it, they were actually cool. In fact, people came and told me that they saw one of the UC Berkeley police smoking a joint at the actual end of the rally itself, so that made us feel a little bit emboldened to an extent. But this is 93. Any other good LSD stories, people?
Is this LSD
Well,
church?
my first hash experience was in 1985. It was some blonde Lebanese. Got it from the SkyTrain station, went home. Wow. It was amazing. I'll never forget that. We don't get hash like that. It's different
At
now.
that same festival in Laguna Beach, I think that was in Christmas of '68 or '69. I don't even, my mind isn't as good as it used to be, but a friend of mine had 100 hits of Orange Sunshine in a bottle of orange juice. And I was really thirsty. And I came up to him, and we were smoking a Brotherhood hand-pressed patties of Afghan that was just killer. And I said, can I have some orange juice? And I took it, and I started chugging away of it till I had drank more than half of it. And he looked at me, and his eyes got really big, and he goes, man, there's 100 hits of Orange Sunshine in that.
And
yeah, there was, and yeah, I did. That
was the day Sam proved that you can't OD on LSD.
Well, that's one of the days, yes. And I was so, I mean, I could, for a while there, I didn't even have legs or feet. I couldn't see the ground or me. There was no me.
Well, fortunately, you didn't need the legs or the feet at that
No,
point.
I was really lucky. I happened to be with my future wife.
so you were just pure ego floating in space.
Well, or ego lost, one or the other, yes.
Yeah, melted ego floating around is what it was, yes.
But I was actually able to sleep late that night. I was able to get a little bit of sleep. The next morning, I woke up and said, let's go back.
I love it. Wow. That is kind of funny.
Where else could you see guys quite literally sitting with a kilo of hand-pressed Afghani patties, passing out pipes for everybody? I mean, it was unreal. It was really.
Yeah,
that's why the police surrounded the event and stopped it. Well, they couldn't stop the event, but they prevented anybody from going in or out unless they had a motor bicycle, dirt bike, or something like that, so they could sneak in.
I thought you were going to say they needed their medical LSD card so they could get into the event. You know, there was a doctor there writing them out.
No.
Larry would have done that if that opportunity had arisen, trust me.
Only kidding.
They made it illegal in California in Well, in '66, I think in October '66, they changed it from a misdemeanor to a felony, and it got serious.
Yeah.
When did you first try it? Early 60s?
A couple years earlier when it was totally legal.
So silly question then, Sam. When did you first grow grass?
I planted my first seeds when I was 15 at Wallach's Music City at Sunset and Vine in their flower box behind their store, and they got, I don't know, a foot or so high, and somebody stole them.
You got to get them while they're young, you know. That is hilarious. What year were you 15, dare I ask?
1965.
Jeez. God damn. So when did you first start? So when did you plant your first garden and like get into it and start growing grass somewhat seriously?
Not until up in Santa Cruz, early '70s. I did a few little grows, and then I got a greenhouse and got more serious about it. And I had already been collecting seeds from around the world, so I had a little bit of a head start.
What was some of the first varietals that you got to, some Mexican seeds, or what was it you got to start with growing?
Well, yeah, the first thing I grew was probably Mexican or Colombian, but I also soon had South Indian, Thai, Afghan, Kashmiri, just Nepali, on and on and on. All the really big traditional centers. I either visited them or had friends who did, or saw the herb in California that somebody had imported, because there used to be an incredible selection of imports in the late 60s and early 70s until homegrown kicked butt.
Homegrown did have a really big impact on California grown, had a really big impact on the Thai and the Vietnam weed and the Mexican Acapulco Gold, all that stuff coming in, I'm sure. Just like medical's doing now. I mean, you don't see Mexican in any of the medical clubs.
In the 60s, all cannabis was seeded. You know, to find Simsimia was really unusual and didn't really start happening until the 70s. Then you could see some like, Acapulco Gold Simsimia from knowledgeable growers, or you could see Santa Marta Simsimia from Colombia. That was, people down there knew what they were doing. And, most people, they just wanted to crank it out. And seeds give you more weight, so gee whiz.
So you just started trading seeds with friends locally, and that's how you were able to find these other genetics?
No, what I did, more than trade, I went to all these areas myself and collected them whenever I could.
Wow. When did you, so was the point of a lot of the first hybridizations in California in an effort to make some of the more tropical varieties that were coming in finish flowering in the more northern climates of Santa Cruz?
Well, because people were growing outdoors. People were not growing in greenhouses or under lights. Once they started doing that, then it changed a lot. But then they wanted fast. They wanted it big buds. They wanted. So I mean, you really need to grow outdoors to grow late maturing varieties that. Then where you don't have space problems is what I'm talking about.
Do you remember some of the actual early varietals you had beans of?
Well, the earliest stuff I had was South African Durban Poison, which was, the seeds were actually collected by Ed Rosenthal at the Transky Coffee Shop, who gave them to Jim Goodwin, Mel Frank, and then those got handed off to me by Jim. But every plant I grew was hermaphrodite, and so I had to grow them for a few years and eliminate anything with any hermaphroditic tendencies. But it was my earliest drug variety for years, and it's still pretty well known up in Canada for being an early outdoor variety, Durban Poison.
Were you separating males from females then, or you were just growing them together initially?
No, I was absolutely separating because the males also were expressing hermaphrodite problems at first. So
Really?
I was eliminating. Yeah, absolutely.
How did you tell which was which? Were they really intersex, or was it one was more
That's
male, one was?
I'm presuming just because they were mostly male with a little bit of female, kind of the reverse of what most Hermes are.
And how tall? Those are Durban poisons originally, so they had to be pretty tall beasts, eh?
Well, it's Durban poison's pretty much regular-sized plant. I mean, if you grow it long enough, it can be pretty tall. Yeah, but it does it flowers early.
See,
How are those related to Pollyanna and those old hybrids?
But I don't think it's in Pollyanna. Pollyanna was I got to remember. We need to ask Rob because he developed Pollyanna.
Oh, did he really? I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah. I think he sold it to Neville.
Huh. Cool.
Well, Rob called me and showed me the really cool hemp field that he's out working on. Amazing to see them. They're cutting it down and making rope already. It's amazing.
Well, there's two kinds of cannabis growers. One grows dope, and the other grows
CBD. CBD. Say it. The other drug crop, right? Hemp.
rope.
Rope and rope. Just kidding.
Well, Rob was actually saying that the Turkish landrace variety that they were working with actually had a little bit of THC in it, like more than a type 3 plant. Like it was actually a few percent.
That's because it's a Turkish landrace that's used for both hemp and drug production.
Yeah.
So it may have had a considerable CBD and considerable THC in individuals. As a population, that it's not so high, but I bet you anything you can find individuals with a couple years selection by any farmer, they would have a drug variety for sure.
Yeah, we've noticed when we were playing with the hemp that we took drug varietals and made them into hemp twine, fiber, yarn, and found it to be quite exceptional. Whereas, we were forced to grow, Compote, etc. But it was interesting to see.
When it was measured against most of the industrial hemp varieties available in the EU, it had a higher fiber content, in fact.
That does not surprise me at all.
Doesn't mean it's usable because it's real branchy, so I'm not so sure how.
Right, that was the thing. Yeah, you had to practically cottonize it because it's much more branchier. When you grow hemp, people, you're growing 300, sometimes 400 seed per square meter. So you're causing a full canopy to grow up with just a lot of stalk. But of course, we know that when we grow flower varieties, they branch out, etc. You're not growing 300 to 400 seed per square meter with actual high-grade cannabis. But it would be interesting to see that in comparison. I've always dreamed of that, doing that in this dry weight comparison to actually like the French EU seed, which we knew was inferior to begin with, from seed size to flowers to lignin to fiber itself, compared to other varietals that were out there, i.e. like the Manchurian strain, that's indicative throughout all the Midwest in the U.S. still to this day.
You call it the Manchurian strain. Why do you call it that?
It was just a language that the gentleman from Jonestown, Virginia, called it that. When we were originally dealing in hemp, Jonestown, Virginia, reached out to us because they do historical reproductions. They would buy our hemp, and they would buy the twine, the fiber. They would buy it for all their clothing, anything for their horses, webbing for their horses, etc. So he referred to it as that. And so I've kind of always referred to it as that since.
Yeah, I came across an article once that said it was the Kentucky is like a Chinese hybrid of some sort, like a Chinese-European hybrid.
Correct. That's what they called Manchurian, or at least that's what they called it domestically. And supposedly it was illegal to even get it out of China back in the day, and it was smuggled out of China to have access to it because China didn't want to give up its genetics.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's actually now what they call biopiracy laws, where you can't actually go and do all this collecting that people have been doing for years.
Really?
Yeah, like countries are, they consider the natural resources of the country that they're
Natural resources.
they're heritage of the country, right there.
I'm a retired pirate.
Stealing land races, are you? Arr.
There's a researcher in Italy named Giovanni Appendino, and he's a really interesting chemist, and he's done work with cannabis hemp varieties and looking for all these really rare compounds. But he was working on a project where there's this species called what is it? The umbrellicum. Sorry, I'm having a mental block here. I can't remember what it is. But anyway, it's a species that produces CBG. It's like a non-cannabis plant that produces Heliochrysum umbrellicum. That's what it is. And it's one special variety of this produces CBG. So he's been trying to get seeds of it for years, and from where they grow in South Africa. And just because of the biopiracy laws and the fact that the government won't let it, they won't let the seeds out of the country because they don't want it going into some foreign corporate hands where they're going to exploit it, right? So interesting though that there's another plant that produces CBG.
Well, it's funny too because I understand these biopiracy because who wants some big giant corporation to make billions of dollars off of the local farmers' work for 1,000 years? But at the same time too, they make you pay. If you do license it, you have to pay money not only to the government that's been suppressing cannabis for the last few hundred years, but also to the farmers who it's not theirs. I mean, they are caretakers, but it's not their heritage. It's their forefathers and their forefathers and their forefathers of the forefathers' heritage.
Yeah, well,
I know it's not a simple thing because, I mean, you could give money to every single farmer that's a cannabis farmer today in that area, and it's still not really any sort of equal distribution because they're not the ones. They're merely the caretakers.
Yeah, well, it's like at what point in time does the conversation just become again lines on a map? Like, is it a resource that's owned by humanity, or is it a resource that's owned by the humanity of the people in one country? It's like, I don't know. It's just kind of the way the world works these days. We got these artificial lines on a map, and all these rules follow from it.
Not only that, but in the last 40, 50 years, governments around the world have been suppressing. I mean, the best cannabis varieties in Thailand were suppressed, and other places around the world too. So it's, gee whiz, I mean, the forces working against it are awful strong.
And there's the man himself. Welcome.
Welcome, Indra.
John.
Mike's not working yet.
Hold on, can we unmute him? Oh, I can't unmute him. You gotta unmute yourself, sir. Yeah, I think you did.
There you go. Hi, Indra. Welcome.
Welcome. Hello.
Can you hear us? Indra, can you hear us?
Type in chat.
I feel like a Beatles or a Who song. Tommy, can you hear me?
What is that? A little straw hemp doll? What is it?
It looks like a Joshua tree or something. I can't see it.
A Joshua tree.
Looks like a
It looks like a
girlfriend for
tree
Sam.
in the stars. Yeah, I vote tree and stars.
It's like a girlfriend for Sam.
How dare he not have a stuffed animal, right, Sam?
Well, I'm just wondering what's going on here. You just let any old thing on TV?
Pretty much, yeah. Got a reverence for old guys. Don't know what it is.
Especially old cannabis guys who led the way for all of us to be imbibing what we're ingesting today, from flower to methodology. Kind of respect you guys and love you for what you did for us all. Just saying. And Indra, no one's going to be flipping you off.
No, guaranteed. I'll keep the thumbs up today.
We're going to strap Johnny's fingers down to his
John will
wrist.
just grab everything like this today.
No lighters in the hands, Johnny B. No lighters in the hands.
Okay, let's get that bong up then.
So, Dr. Scialdone, I was looking at the conference that you're presenting at next couple of weeks. Is it the 26th of this month?
Yes, sir.
Let's look.
Well, I think it's 22nd, I think.
It's a pretty heavy-hitting panel you're presenting with, or a group of presenters in that afternoon.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm psyched to be participating.
Yeah, it looks like you got some pretty interesting research you're ready to share with the world.
Yep. We're gonna. That's gonna be the first time we're gonna talk about the hydrogenated cannabis oil out in public. So we're excited.
Right on.
Is it coming to market anytime?
Coming to market anytime. Yes, we're working on that right now. But yeah, I mean, it's a new composition altogether, so we have to make sure that it's safe and effective, and that we know, what it's going to do when people consume it.
What do you
Well,
mean a new composition
The crystals,
altogether?
sell it on the open market?
Wait, what does he mean a new composition altogether?
Well, he's creating new compounds. He's taking
THC lardo.
and doing a chemical process on it, right?
Semi-synthetic?
No, so what we're doing is when you take THC acid and you hydrogenate it, you make a new compound that's never been made or described until we described it. So we're the first ones to describe it in the literature.
And this is stable for heating?
Well, typically you hydrogenate compounds with double bonds, which helps to stabilize them towards thermooxidative degradation, and that's really the concept here, is that we're trying to chemically modify the compounds to make them more stable, not just towards thermooxidative degradation, but more interesting towards metabolic oxidation in the liver. And so the degradation of THC and the other cannabinoids in the liver happen in the region where these double bonds are that we just hydrogenated. So the concept is that in the hydrogenated version we won't see, we'll see a different type of metabolic profile, and we'll see a different type of pharmacokinetic of the material.
Right. So this is why, because that metabolic activity is how the body clears cannabinoids from the system. So
Right.
I gotta caution. It's funny that the initial reaction is always, can we smoke it? How does it handle when we heat it up?
Well, it's still a cannabinoid. I mean, you're taking a tetrahydrocannabinoid and you're making what's called a hexahydrocannabinoid. And as we've paid attention to the degradation of THC under acidic conditions, one of the two of the compounds that are made in the acid-mediated degradation of THC are hexahydrocannabinoids. So there's still cannabinoids. We've added hydrogen to the double bond in the north ring of THC.
Right. But as we know, when you change chemicals, we don't really know what they do. So
Right. We don't. Now that said, I have dabbed it, so.
And what is?
I'm still here.
Is it psychoactive?
Yes, psychoactive has a very.
So wait a second. Can I, before saying, did you dab it? When you make your process, do you isolate THC and then hydrogenate, or you hydrogenate a whole oil?
No. So what we've done is we've done it a couple different ways, but we've taken we've just taken high THC or high CBD concentrate, and we've just hydrogenated that, and then the product that we get out of that is the hydrogenated oil. So
have you had that? You've run that through a lab. So when you say you're dabbing it, are you dabbing something that's free of THC?
Yeah, there's no more THC left because we've added hydrogen to the double bond of THC. So if someone were to dab this and take a piss test, you wouldn't find the hydroxy metabolite of THC, right? Because it wouldn't be metabolized in the same way.
Is it legal?
Then what's getting you high then? If there's no THC, what's the psychoactive cannabinoid that you feel so potent?
It binds to the CV1 receptor. I mean, we've done some cancer work that I'll talk about at the meeting, but it definitely still. I mean, you're not completely changing the molecule such that it's not going to bind to the cannabinoid receptors. It still binds to the cannabinoid receptors, apparently.
Can you hydroxylate the acid form?
Hydrogenate. Yes.
Excuse me.
That's what we did. We hydrogenate the acid form. That's
So
right.
are you hydrogenating all the terps then in the
Yes.
mixer?
Yeah. That's exactly right. We hydrogenate everything. That's the whole concept.
So what happens to the terps then?
Yeah, the terps become hydrogenated too, and so the reason why I started looking at this is because about 10 or 15 years ago, I worked on a project where we hydrogenated catmint oil, and so we took catmint oil, the essential oil of catmint, which is enriched with a monoterpenoid called nipedolactone. Nipedolactone is what cats respond to in catmint, so it's kind of like cannabinoids for kitties.
It's the trigger mechanism that makes them go, hey.
Yeah, it's exact, and it's not just the domestic felines. This goes clear up to the top of the feline kingdom. So, I mean, they want to eat Twinkies and listen to jazz, you know. So, so as it turns out, the essential oil of catmint is a good insect repellent, but it's also in our testing showed to be a skin sensitizer. When you take the oil itself has a very strong, overpowering essence, and it's not pleasurable to smell. But when you hydrogenate it, you take the essential oil, which is very loud and herbaceous and not very pleasant, and when you hydrogenate catmint oil, it turned it into a lemony, minty with a hint of licorice. So the terpenes that do hydrogenate, some of them are the same terpenes like caryophyllene and pinene and myrcene. They're in a lot of the essential oils of these mints. Also hydrogenate, so they all hydrogenate, and when they do create a new essence. And again, this is what I was trying to explain a couple weeks ago, is that, you know, the chemist looks at Mother Nature and says, look at what she did in making this group of compounds in the plant, but now the chemist, like me, we can do chemistry to that and make new compositions, and now the sky's the limit, because I could draw on 250 years of synthetic chemistry since the Germans were making urea in the early 1800s, and have a whole cookbook of chemistry that we can apply to plant oils. And rather than do what GW did, which is take a known composition in the clinic, we're going to take new patentable compositions into the clinic that have possibly better and improved properties.
Heard you, Indra. We could hear you. Indra's starting to come through.
Before we change the subject, I got one more question for you, and I now forgot what it was. So have you done like full GCMS or NMR spectra on these mixtures?
Yep.
Cool. Are you going to present all that stuff?
Yep. Yeah, so I'll be giving a talk on this at the ACS meeting, and so we filed patents on it, and had to have all of that information in there to prove the composition, and then the biological activity, which then shows the utility of the new composition. So we should be able to get an issued patents, and we've filed in the U.S. and all over the world on this.
Right on, man. Congratulations. That sounds like some really interesting work. Thanks for sharing that. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Testing. Anybody here?
Thanks for asking.
Yes, Indra, we can hear you.
Oh.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear? Well, hi, guys.
Welcome, sir.
Took me forever to figure out how to make this 1995 headset work, but here it is.
And here you are. Welcome.
Don't let me interrupt you. I'm just standing by. I did give Mark some pictures of a trim method, which I don't know, maybe you guys are even doing it by now, that is a very, very good method if someone can only grow a certain number of plants. We have a very good friend of ours is regularly getting 15 to 18 pounds dry per plant by using this method, and I sent Mark some pictures of both the plants and what the stalks must end up looking like for this trim method to work out, and he has the pictures. I also sent him some pictures of no residue temple balls, and I sent him just some interesting pictures of oils and oils with that are loaded with trichromes that you guys might like to look at. I don't know. Anyway.
Hey, Bubbleman, maybe you could share those photos on screen share while he's talking?
Also,
he's already on it, of course.
Did you say 15 to 18 pounds from one plant?
Yeah, dry. These are this is a very efficacious way.
Is that manicured also?
It's cleaned, manicured, and in bags. You see the plant there? I don't know how to get it up on the main screen because I don't know how to use.
Mark's just got to come off of.
It is on the main screen. You know, you're not saying that plant right there was 15 pounds.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not an 18 pound.
Yeah, no, it's not even close, John. You know, we have plants here in Northern California, 20 feet high, that would blow your mind.
Listen,
6 months pre-grow before they put them out.
This is in Northern California, and what you don't notice or you're not seeing because of the way that the picture is being represented, I can't see what it doesn't look like, is that's in a 500-gallon bucket, and that plant reaches out a good 3.5, 4 feet. Put the picture of the stem up, Mark. And every one of those
how tall are the plants, Indra?
What do you mean? How small are they?
No, how tall?
How tall are they? If I was standing next to it, I'm 6'2", 6'3", that would be about 8.5 or 9 feet. There's the stem. And what we do is we grow the stem up in a tube until it's 4.5 or 5 feet tall. And we remove the tube without it having branched out. And we take a sterile razor and we cut from the top down in half and then again in fourths. Once the stem's cut in fourths, you lay it out and coat it with root tone. And of course, there's a very good 500 pounds of 500 gallons of soil in the box, and you keep it covered with the root tone for a while, and pretty soon all of those branches that are on those 4 pieces plus many, many more will come up, and you will start to see this huge presentation that can be as far as 22 feet around and 12 or 14 feet high. But my friend has to grow these, and he's in an area in Northern California where he can grow 26 only. And so this method was developed for that. And believe you me, it might not look like it to you, but if you were standing next to it, and you could get the feel of just how
is that
big.
Still one plant except for that one? I mean,
these are every one of these that you see is one plant per container. There's nothing else in any of the containers.
They must be starting these things real early then.
Well, that's the trick, you know.
What's the veg
not to sound weird though, that you know, when I first went up to Mendocino, Richard Davis was starting his plants, you know, as early as fall, growing them indoors, bringing them out into the greenhouse when they were 4 or 5 feet tall, established plants. He would lay them down, and then they would spring up. All of the branches would come up, and it would create these absolute massive plants that were just huge. And he was getting 3 to 4 pounds of Hindu Kush off of it, and it was great. And the skeletons of the plants were so big that after we cut all the buds off, he would put it on the roof of his car, and it would look like a massive, like, tumbleweed, but it was really a cannabis plant, you know.
Okay, well, you see, he laid it down, and what I'm suggesting is laying it down 4 times, this very same plant. And so he was getting 4 pounds by laying one plant down, and when you divide it into 4 and lay it down, you can start seeing 12, 14-pound yields out of these things very easy. Listen, I wouldn't pass it on to you or even show it to you if I didn't think that it wasn't at least worthwhile to look at. You can grow much shorter plants this way, and we've even lately experimented in dividing a stem into 8, cutting it again, and producing an even more fearsome bush. But these are special circumstances that it had to be grown in, and
well, all this manipulation has to happen well before the new moon in July, or you're not going to be able to get this kind of vegetation growth. So this is all stuff that has to happen this has to be planned. This has to be going on early, and
Oh, well,
a lot of that pre-grow has to be happening inside because the winter wouldn't allow it.
well, they're started in the dead of winter under lights with these 8-inch PVC pipes around each plant, and it stops the plant from doing any bifurcation or growing anything. It just goes right up to try to get to that light. And when they get to the right height, we pull that off and make the cut. The previous method we used before this was to grow the plants in that same tube, 5 feet tall, pull the cover off of it, scrape the entire plant free of everything with a razor blade, coat it in root turn, and bury it 5 feet deep in the ground. And then the whole thing changed into a root. And then a few weeks later, it started growing uncontrollably crazy. Those plants grew 24, 25 feet tall. We had them underneath camouflage nets in Southern California in high desert. And those plants all produced enormous amounts of buds. We even called one of them Sea Budskit because it just kept producing clear into the winter of the next year. It survived, it wintered over, and grew again the following year.
Oh, it overwintered in SoCal.
It overwintered in Southern Cal, and the base of it was just a hair short, a millimeter short of being 13 inches in diameter. It was a monstrous thing. When I topped it, my wife was standing down below, and I cut the top 7 feet off, and I looked down at her, and I said, "Here, can you catch this?" And she said, "Yeah." I tossed it down to her, and I heard this thump, and I climbed down the ladder. She was laying on the ground. It had hit her and knocked her cold.
Oh,
But
no.
These plants, all these plants, had an amazing thing because of, I think, the way we fed them. We went and got rabbit shit from a rabbit farm where they made the rabbits into meat. And below the cages were billions of earthworms. They sold earthworms as well. So we bought a couple dump truck loads of the rabbit shit from the rabbit farm, oak leaf mulch, blood meal, bone meal, some vitamins and some minerals, and threw it in. And these plants were just incredible. We would go after burying them in the ground 5 feet. Nothing would happen for 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden we'd go up there and it would be a 3 foot tall plant next day, and they just grew like that. And it's because of making a giant root. What is below is what is above. But these plants all had an amazing thing to them. All of them gave us a tremendous amount of trichromes that we were collecting all the time. And that's what eventually led me to start playing around with the trichromes, what's going on, how do we get them more pure, how do we get it without any green in it. So then I gave Mark a picture of what the trichromes look like when they're scraped off the collector. If he's Do you hear me, Mark?
I do hear you. I'm just trying to get those pictures uploaded so I can screen share them right now.
Okay. Anyway, that'll be a picture of what the new method of collecting the trichromes looks like, which is the method we're using now, the high frequency electricity and temperature modulation. And I did play around the other night and took a handful of those trichromes and threw them in a glass of icy cold water, and afterwards pulled them out and looked in my toy microscope, and it was exactly like the picture Mark sent me, just all little balls. So it looks like it might be a good commercial way of producing that kind of hash that you guys are always talking about. And please stick with me. I don't remember all the terminology or the names, but it pulls them out in such great quantity that once they're out, then tossing them in water is a whole different experience than the other way. You can see you can see the stuff separate after about a half an hour, and just all the little stems and stuff separate away from the bubbles. And then we tried that out too, and I can understand where Mark got the story about how much that stuff cost. There we go.
So that's what you pulled off your electrode or whatever?
Yeah, that's what comes off of the face plate of the top electrode. We scrape it off into a bucket.
And then here's some of the hash that you turned it into. Being an old schooler, you wanted it to be Temple Ball-esque.
Well, back when I started smoking, Temple balls and honey oil was the thing, and suddenly they went away, and so I couldn't stand the thought of not having them anymore. So there it is, they're back. You know what they say, necessity is the mother of invention, right, guys? All you guys are busy inventing things out of necessity to keep your head where you want it.
Well, you know what oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I've got some other pictures I'm putting together for a little presentation, and this week I'll get you to teach me how to put it up. But I will show you guys the way to make those temple balls like that, how to make them all nice and smooth. Those are so soft. They're softer than a baby's butt. You can squeeze them in half with 2 fingers all the way to the middle. And when you break them open, they just sparkle. It looks like somebody sprinkled glitter inside of them. And when you burn them, they leave absolutely 0 residue. They're very soft. I mean, if you put them in a can and the room was 80 degrees, they would melt.
And in the little jar, is that the stuff that you pulled off the electrode, or is that like some
No,
cryo oil or something?
That's oil that is expressed from the trichromes, just squeezed. We put it in a little squeezer and squeezed it out. We were trying to, at the time, we were playing around with expressor, or an impeller, or whatever you want to call it. A little small machine you could put stuff in, and it would just press it in endlessly until something came out the other end. They use it industrially for oil seeds and stuff like that.
So that's rosin, basically. How long have you been making that for?
Well, I think that picture is about 7 or 8 years old, so at least that long, maybe longer.
Nice.
My son would put it in a tube and put a pin, or not a pin, but a big round pin sort of behind it, and hit it with a hammer, and then open it up and smoke what was there, and it was all very oily. So early on, they were like, how can we do this, Dad?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Those are rosin techniques that have not been popularized until just this last year, really.
Well, I didn't know, I mean, you got to remember, back when I started doing this, it was hide your ass, the man
Right.
was looking for people who were doing this sort of thing, and so you didn't want to, put your face up anywhere or tell anyone your name.
Right, no doubt about that.
Hey, I wanted to introduce you, Indra, to Skunkman Sam, who's also in the room. You guys both have similarities in a way that it's just exciting to have both of you in the room. Between the two of you, I'm sure you have close to 100 years of cannabis knowledge, and I think that it would be cool to just say Skunkman Sam, Indra, Skunkman Sam.
Howdy. Glad to meet you.
Howdy, howdy.
You guys have similar stories when you're talking about, back in the 60s in California and Hollywood.
And Indra, did you travel to India, to Afghanistan, to Nepal?
Yes, I did. I spent just shy of 14 years in India. That's probably mostly what happened to me. I disappeared off the scene early on.
Where in India?
Well, both. I stayed in Bangalore and in North India in a little place called Gangotri.
Yeah.
Gangotri is where the mouth of the Ganga. It's where the river comes out of the ground there.
Yep. No, I have not been there, but I've heard of it. Yeah, I've been to India, I think 15 times, and I lived there a couple of years. I was working mostly in Bombay, but I've been in all the big cities, and I've been in the north and the south, Kashmir. I've been pretty much everywhere in India.
My best time in India was when I went to Gangotri the first time, and I wanted to go to the temple at the top of the pass there. And there I met three sadhus who wanted me to. They asked me if I'd like to go to the other two temples, and I didn't realize the implications of the question or the answer at the time. I had some spare time because the hospital that I was working at closes for vacation. And so they asked me if I wanted to, and I said sure. And the next morning we left, and 6 months later we arrived at the third mountain pass. And I walked for 6 months with these guys through the mountain passes up high. And all we had for food was what the villagers gave us. And
what water did you drink?
we drank the water from the rivers that were available in the creeks. And, these guys weren't into, I'm thirsty, let's stop and get a drink. I said on the second day, I said, wow, beautiful scenery. And the head guy turned around and said, shh, and shushed me up, to like, do not talk. It's not necessary to talk. And he didn't even get excited when we came inching around a cliff on the edge of about a 2-foot wide walk, and on the boulder across from the cliff there was a tigress sitting there, and he just stopped. We all just stopped, except for me. My colon was busy making a brick, and the tiger looked at us, and then we heard this little tinkling sound, and the tiger looked down on the trail from the rock, and there were these 5 or 6 Himalayan goats. The lead goat had a bell on, walking across this very steep territory. She jumped off the rock, grabbed that goat in her mouth, and took off down the hill, and we started walking again. No one said a word. But it took me about 4 hours of intense walking to work off the adrenaline from that one.
I thought Hindus didn't believe in sacrificial goats.
I don't think it was a sacrificial goat. I think it was a goat who wasn't paying fucking attention.
Yeah, well, he was sacrificed for your way.
Well, maybe so, but I didn't have anything to do with it. As I said, I was just taking a walk in the country with these sadhus. We saw a lot of wild creatures and a lot of wild animals. It was an amazing trip. Well, the most amazing part of the trip was not saying anything for 6 months.
For 6 months.
Is that something you recommend?
It was a refreshing view of life. I started noticing a lot of things. And after that walk is when I met a guy who asked me if I wanted to go to Nepal, and I went to Nepal with him, and we went to a temple where these guys were making temple balls regularly, and I watched how they made them. And,
what year was that?
Oh, geez. That would be 1989. Or 1988, I'm not sure which.
Because cannabis and the various products were totally legal in Nepal before '72.
Well, these guys were making them on a regular basis, and they had a big building. They were taking them over and storing them in. But I mean, I watched them, and I saw how they did it, but I don't use that method. They use a lot of solvents. One thing I can tell you, I saw them making different colors of hash and how they make it. They select, for instance, for red hash, they select a red oil, but then they take the trichromes out in the sun and age them until they're very, very red. And then they bring them back in and combine them with a solvent. And lo and behold, at the end, they have red hash. They also made black and brown and green.
And did you know Eldon?
Eldon?
Yeah, Eldon. Eldon is Eldon really is responsible for the bags in a sense, because he was the one that was sitting on Mila's couch while she was showing the triple extractor machine, which is Reinhard Delp's water hash machine that he came out with in the 90s there, 97, I think he brought it to the Canvas Cup. And it was Eldon sitting on the couch who said 2 nylon bags with screen bottoms and a 5-gallon bucket and you have the same thing. Eldon definitely had a good history with hashish and Nepal.
I never met the guy in person, I met Neville and all those people in Amsterdam. But you know, I was living in India and coming to Amsterdam for like 3 weeks, and then back to India.
Right.
And
You know Steve in Amsterdam.
oh well, Steve and I are, you know, he was the first one I showed the oil to after I started making it. I walked in and
Right. For
you
those
know,
of you who are wondering who we're talking about, he goes by the Nose.
yeah. Yeah, Steve's quite famous in Amsterdam. He had a shop right across the street from the train station.
I remember it. It was awesome when he had that little shop. It was surreal to say the least.
Oh yeah, he sold everything in there, mushrooms, philosopher's stones, which I became a big fan of, and all kinds of hash and flowers. But he had upper shelf, top shelf stuff.
It's where I first saw your oil.
Yeah, well, like I said, he had top shelf stuff. You should have seen the oil we were making in India. I had a place that had a 3,000 square foot roof on it and no houses anywhere around it. And you plant a seed in India, in South India, in the soil, and from the second set of leaves onward, it starts budding. And they would just grow up 2 foot tall buds. And that's all they would, no branches, no nothing, just these huge buds that were unbelievable. I'd make oil out of them, and we'd take it to Goa, and we would literally be there 2 hours and sell a half a gallon of oil. Because people would go, one person would find it and go, no, where'd you get this? Wait a minute, I'll be right back. You got more?
Where in Kerala?
Where in Kerala?
Didn't you say South India?
Yeah, but I didn't say Kerala. Out in the middle of the desert in South India, in a place called Puttaparthi.
Okay. Yeah. No, because I had spent a lot of time in Kerala, or at least several visits to the actual ganja farms, and I found Kerala grass to be maybe the best marijuana available in India at the time.
Kerala is the only communist state in India, interestingly enough. When you go there and you check in the hotel, you sign in, and then you say, "Hey, can I get somebody to help me with my bags?" The desk clerk says, "That's not my job, comrade."
Well, that's if you stay at a five-star hotel, that's not true at all.
Well, five-star hotels. Hey, I was in India serving the poor, so I didn't get to many five-star hotels. I did drive by them and see them, but I was staying in two-star hotels or mud huts with the people that I was providing medical services for.
Well, the first year I went to India, both me and my wife hitchhiked across India, so I've seen it from both sides. But to be honest, at night when I'm sleeping, I prefer a five-star hotel.
Oh, well, you know, I'm not saying that's not what I would have liked, but staying in the villages with the people that I was working with was also very fulfilling and rewarding because they were giving you the best that they had available. And they treated you like a god because you were bringing medicine to them. And they would, after the end of the day, they'd want to come with a bucket and wash your feet.
And was that medicine cannabis medicines, or were you doing like other medicines as well?
I wasn't giving anybody any cannabis medicines while I was there.
No.
I was strictly operating as an osteopath, which is what I was classically trained as. I didn't. You know, in India, you can go at any morning to a local stand and get a drink called bhang, which is milk and fresh marijuana leaves blended together.
Yes, I had it. Delicious.
And, very delicious, and
gets you super ripped too if they use like good material. Like because we bought some from a guy that I guess wasn't using leaf; he was using hash.
Yeah, a hash bhang. I've had
hash
those.
lassie.
Oh, can't find your ass with both hands afterwards, but really, really good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I suspect those balls that Sam has been making for years would be much along the same vein.
The hash candies I used to make had either half a gram of THC, or the super ones I made one year had each 1 gram of THC in each hash ball.
And Rob just takes 2 and goes to Queen's Day.
Yeah, I took 3. At 4, my legs got shaky.
Hey, Indra, can I ask you? You know, in the first posting you made back in '99, it just quizzled me why you would recommend PVC as the tube of choice. Could you talk about that?
Well, I don't remember saying that it had to be PVC. Maybe you got the post there or something, but I don't remember. I think the very first time I did it, like everybody else, I was.
Can I ask you this then? If you don't remember what you wrote in the post, when did you first post about BHO, and where?
Well, I posted it on that cactus bulletin board. I was busy talking about. Somebody was asking for different methods to get the mescaline out of cactus that weren't 15-step methods. So I posted it as what you do is you grind up your cactus, you dry it, put it in a pipe, a hole in the bottom, and pass gas through it and watch your crystals form. And so then somebody on the board said, hey, what else does that work with? Or will that work with pot? I don't remember. It's been a long time ago. And I said, yeah, it worked the same way with pot. Now, I might have said that about the cactus extraction, putting it in a PVC pipe, but I'd have to see that. I haven't seen that post since 1999. I mean, I made it. It created a big fervor.
I can put the link in for you.
What was the name Indra then? You used the name Indra?
Yeah, I just used that because, as I said, back in those days, you didn't want to put your.
I understand that, but you're saying the first time you posted. So I'm asking you not about the cactus, specifically about putting cannabis in a PVC tube and putting butane over it.
Okay, well that came after the cactus talk.
Well, sure. So when was the first time you posted that?
That very night, when we were talking about the cactus. Did you find the Mark? I mean the link, Mark, to it?
Yeah, I put it into the room right there. It's the Eroid one.
Where do I find it?
It's just top left of this box that you're in, where it says Google. A bar will appear, and it's a little blue box with a white frame, and you click that. That opens the chat on the right side of the room, and then you go down to the bottom, and you'll see where it says, I don't know what my name is in here, Bubbleman's World or whatever.
Okay.
And you'll see the link there.
All right, I'm clicking it up now.
That's way old. Do you still have that account?
I don't even know. You're right. I guess I did say the fucking pipe, PVC pipe. But
and what was it? And bufo, the bufo butane. What's the word bufo?
Hang on just a second. Let me look at it again.
Bofo, the bofo butane PVC hash oil.
Excuse me for mispronouncing it. It just seemed like an odd word, so figured I would ask. I mean, the PVC was one of the biggest turnoffs of the recipe that I saw when I first saw that. And I also think that the butane and the PVC are reactive towards each other. So I think that's a little odd. So I wanted to ask you why.
You can leach the plasticizer. The plasticizer that they use in PVC will leach with butane. Yes.
Yeah.
Now the rate at which it leaches is all a function of temperature, surface area. It's way beyond the scope of what we need to talk about. But yeah, you could potentially leach plasticizer from any plastic into butane because those are like dioctyl phthalate, new car smell. It's very, very fat soluble.
So then why didn't you use metal pipe as opposed to PVC?
Well, it's easy answer. It was my first time. I was experimenting, and when you're trying something, you're trying it. I noticed at the bottom of that post that I say, according to 1999 standards anyway, it says that the butane and the PVC aren't very reactive. That's what they knew back then.
Did you actually write that post, John?
Of course I did.
Okay.
Why? You don't believe me? Is that what you're saying?
No, you're such a stickler for safety, and I can't. And when we were talking last, I'll be blunt honest with you. The idea of jamming a volatile gas like butane into a brittle plastic PVC that could leach with the use of the butane, to me, would be not something you would do or recommend. And it seemed odd. It seemed a little contradictory in the conversation we first had. And I brought it up to Mark, and Mark didn't know. He said, ask you, so I figured I'd ask you. And it does surprise me, in all honesty, that you don't remember what you wrote in what would become a very seminal post that would go like around the internet and create an industry. So it does surprise me a little, to put it point blank.
Well, it's pretty easy when you're trying something out. And in those days, we didn't know. We didn't have that piece of information that the butane was going to leach out of the PVC. It just wasn't known at the time, and it wasn't.
Wait. I want to just say something. We don't know that it leaches the plasticizer out. The potential is there for it to happen. Theoretically, if you're doing like a cold blast, very, very little butane is actually coming in contact with the PVC. So I think leaching is until we actually had data.
Hold on, though. Can I ask this point-blank question? Is John, you're saying that you were using PVC instead of stainless steel or glass to put the butane through the grass?
No, let me ease your mind a little bit here. I did that once. The very next time I did it through a big stainless steel pipe in a laboratory setting in my place, and I made sure that the gas was clean and passed the gas through molecular sieves and activated charcoal and a lot of other precautions. That first time was, gee, I wonder if this works. And when it worked, I was busy having a hallelujah, and I decided the very next day from that to put it on the web, because I was happy for the fucking world at the moment, that I thought, well, you know what, this is a good deed that the world needs, and so I put it out. Maybe you can nitpick it now.
Not nitpicking it,
hindsight 2020. Okay?
I'm not necessarily nitpicking it, but when, look, I've been actively growing since 1984. And shaking hash off my buds for a very long time. I've been tuned into the internet for a very long time. I got my first Mac in November of '84, and when that post hit Arrowwood, I remember where I was, sitting at my home up in Big Bear Lake, getting 8 months away from going to prison for growing over 4,000 plants. I was already very into this industry and very into the internet, very into the information. And what struck me funny was the PVC, in all frank honesty, because it seemed like, it's PVC. I don't have to go on. It just seemed really odd to me. And now that I get a chance to ask you, I'm asking you, so don't take offense. It's just...
I'm not, but you should have messaged me that day, and the next day I would have re-messaged you back that I was busy using something else. And in fact, there's much later posts where I not only say and recommend to people to use pipes and valves instead, because I did a little study about it, and I figured out that the best way to do it was not in anything plastic. And
I would also say this, Indra, on your behalf, because I was also very much a part of the internet. In fact, my posts, if Overgrow was still around today, would still exist from '99 and 2000 and 2001, and I can say that many, many, many people continued to use PVC, and I didn't see Todd or anyone else posting about how you should use a safer substance. And in fact,
Mark, I went to prison January 2000. Of course, I did.
I mentioned everyone else. If I could also, but it was 1999, right? So that was the whole year. You saw the post; it was seminal for you. You probably thought the PVC was weird that day. You had all that time to share with the world that maybe we should use something safer. My point was that Indra contacted me, and he had already moved way away from PVC. I'm no BHO proponent in any way, but his main concern, which became my main concern, was the heavy metal contaminants that were oil soluble in the BHO that was bonding molecularly to the oil and being inhaled by people into their lungs. That seemed to be a really serious issue, especially because some of these compounds were accumulative in the body and affected the central nervous system. It seemed like at least as important as not using PVC, in my opinion.
That's why I got on the rag about don't use the cans of butane anymore. I started that. I started posting everywhere that there was poison, that they had 200 other chemicals in there, and please don't use them. I even tried posting methods to clean the butane, but nobody seemed really interested in that. Everybody was just like, okay, thanks, but does that increase the yield, or does that decrease the yield, or?
Well, I think over time that people did heed your good information because it became practiced in a lot of places that were legally able to make stuff in the future. Because, you know, now you see washing in Colorado, you see winterization techniques, cleanup techniques, the gas is cleaned up. They're doing every precaution that they can to make the cleanest material possible. And I think that, you know, it felt maybe like people weren't listening back then, but obviously they got this information from somewhere, and this is where, so they were listening. But it's just they, you know, the actions came much longer after the hearing it, you know. And at the time, to be honest, the PVC wasn't, you know, the butane was as much of a turn-off as the PVC, to be blunt. I was more of a dry sieve person. I thought that using butane as a solvent was crazy as well. So both of it seemed nuts to me. To be, you know, I'm an organic grower. I mean, you're taking me so far out of my element. And in time, I learned to appreciate it and it's useful medicine, and I love it, and it plays a really positive role in my life. But at first, I was as reluctant as any hippie could be.
Well, you got to remember a few things about the butane. All the first early stuff was poison. They put all kinds of horse shit in it, and that was to preserve it, to make the flame burn brighter, to make less a yellow of a flame and more of a blue flame, and all that kind of nonsense. And early on, you can ask Mark, early on I was really worried about this, and I was trying to open up the church of don't use canned butane to make your oil with, because there's so much shit in it you don't know what you're smoking. And some of the stuff, like if you just went and got picnic gas, the metacarpins in it are actually a central nervous system stimulant, and so therefore you're getting a CNS reaction in your body that nobody really understands yet, or what happens from long-term use. And so picnic gas is definitely not a good thing to do it with either, unless you start off with 99.9%. You're asking for a lot of other problems that I don't think anybody is interested in having. Otherwise, if you can get pure butane or pure isobutane or pure N-butane, all of those things are, by the way, organic solvents, in case you're not aware of that. They're all considered by the extraction industry as an organic solvent. They come out of the ground. They're a fraction of stuff that's organic. And so saying that it's not an organic process is a misleading or a misnomer of a statement. Because
and I totally understand that now too, and then really what brought me around was researching it and learning it and having an open mind and being more of a science-minded individual, and I understand that butane is an organic gas and an organic solvent, and I get it totally now, and I just when you're a hippie, and you're using butane to fill up your lighter, it doesn't feel like an organic experience.
Listen. Nobody was more mortified than I when I found out that there was trash in those things. Believe you me, I got a hold of Mark like so fast. He's probably thinking, who the fuck is this guy? He's coming out of the left woods telling me this, that, and the other. But he did listen. He paid close attention to what I was saying, and he thought, and he wrote me back, and he said, well, I think you've got a point. And like I said, it takes the world about 10 years or so to listen to something.
It's It's one of the reasons why people thought I hated on BHO so much, which was hilarious because I was like, no, you don't understand. It's like the grandfather of BHO is asking me to share this information because when he comes to share it to you, you don't know who he is and you all just fire at him and they were attacking you online.
Yeah, I know. I got used to that over the years.
So you mentioned one thing, John, which is that if the butane is distilled, you know, in closed loop extraction, you distill your butane. And so in your first run, you basically do a run with just marbles in the column or whatever. You throw away that run, and then you recover the butane. And when you recover the butane, you've distilled the butane from any heavies that are left behind.
Well, let me say back to you what you're saying to me now,
Okay.
so that you can see some of the folly in that statement. You're not distilling your butane. You're recovering the butane from an extraction, and whatever other trash are
No.
carbonized.
I'm not saying you're using it in a distraction. I'm saying you pre-distill your butane before you use it.
Listen, I've
I'm
seen
not saying.
I've seen what they call pre-distilling, and it ain't the real thing, my friend. It's just not. You know, when you get 99.99% pure butane, everything you do to it from that moment forward starts to contaminate it. It is no longer 99.99%. And
What
when
happens to it?
you can't, it acquires things to it. In order to keep it pure, you've got to pass it through about a 3-foot column full of activated charcoal and 5 to 7 nanometer molecular sieves. And if you go to the trouble of passing it through that column 2 or 3 times, you're still going to have 99%. Otherwise, all sorts of little things enter into it, and you can talk with an organic chemist. The temperature, the stuff that you're extracting, what's in it, how to get it back out, and when you distill it, are you putting the byproducts of the distillation, may I ask?
So what are we?
I am an organic chemist.
Okay, so
Public
where
service.
are you putting
Okay.
the byproducts when you distill your butane? Where are your byproducts going? What do you do with them?
They're just heavies that are in your pot. You clean them out. You can take them away from the pot, right? You can. The point is that you can clean up butane. I'm not saying that butane is not completely.
He's just asking what you're doing with the heavy metals once you've got them. You could
In a distillation, that's just part of what remains in the pot. What you've distilled over is your distillate. So your distillate is your purified butane.
But what do you do with the heavy metals, the contaminants?
You throw it away. It's contaminated waste.
But isn't it toxic waste? You just throw that in the garbage?
Yeah, but there's chemicals.
No. There are companies that'll take it away.
I think that's maybe what he was asking. I'm not sure, but.
Oh, okay. There's companies that will take it away and dispose of it
How much
under TOSC
material?
guidelines.
How much material do you find in the bottom of the pot after that, and what does it analyze out to be? Because I know you're an organic chemist, and I'm not, but I do happen to have a gas chromatograph and a mass spectrophotometer sitting in my basement hooked up that I use all the time. And so I'm interested in what you're finding when you analyze the bottom of the pot after you've distilled it.
Well, what are you finding?
Oh, me, I don't distill it. I told you what I do. I pass mine through activated charcoal and 5 to 7 nanometer molecular sieves, and I pack that in with cotton on both ends, and I pass it to that. And when I pass it to that 5 times and I run it back through the gas chromatograph, I get nothing but butane, or isobutane, or N-butane, or whatever it is I happen to be using in that mixture. I mix the gases for different effects. I know you're an organic chemist, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm not. But I beat every fucking organic chemist on the planet to the patent, didn't I?
Yeah, I mean we're on the same team, John. Don't make it seem like we're not on the same team, buddy.
No, these are fair questions, but
No, I'm just answering them. That's all.
No, for sure. Well, that's the thing I wanted to say is, like, you know, people do ask tough questions, but when the questions come out, you've got the right answers. So I think you're legit, you know. And Don't
take offense because I asked about PVC, John. I think you're.
I I don't at all. I just wanted to explain to you that when I did that, hey, I was 20 some odd years younger. I wasn't busy doing that at the time. At the time, I was working. I listen. I have a lot of posts on Eurowid. Okay, not all under Indra. And the reason that I have posts on Eurowid is I used to be on a board called the Bees, and it was a board where people talked about making something else. And I was famous for my posts on that board about workarounds to organic chemistry that all of the fucking chemists on the board no one thought of. And they're old posts, but I used to win contests on it. Like, people were always talking about this one reaction where you have to vacuum off all of the acid out of this reaction in order to have the product, which is a red oil. And everybody was talking about, yeah, every time you run that, it costs $800 for the vacuum pump. And I woke on one day and I said, well, gee, why not pour the whole thing into a 5-gallon bucket of water, and then when the oil floats up, separate it off and get rid of the water instead of a vacuum pump? Oh, everybody was fucking tickled pink when I came up with that one, and a lot of other ones. But that's the way my head works. I look at a process and I think to myself, what about it? Can I make it so I can either understand it or do it better? And
Well,
somebody should have pushed you into an organic chemistry lab early in your college career.
Yeah, well, everybody has their own path. You know, we're all sitting at the same
living
table.
in a different world, maybe.
I'm glad you're on the path you're on. I've definitely enjoyed the spoils of your learning curve, sir.
Yeah, I gotta say too, Indra, that tuning fork mechanism in the patent is actually really quite brilliant. It's a totally out-of-the-box way of thinking that solved a common problem, you know, and I thought that was really, really beautiful.
well, thank you. I was scared to death to put an electric switch inside the cylinder full of flammable gas. Needless to say, I looked at all the switches that were available, and I said, every one of these, when I read the specs over it, makes that, when you look over the edge of a really tall building and you look down, you know that feeling? Every one of them gave me that feeling, and I was sitting there pondering to myself, and to be perfectly honest, I saw this guy on TV who was trying to tune a fucking harp in a swimming pool underwater. And that's where that tuning fork idea was born from.
Really cool.
And so it made me feel safe to do it. And somewhere hidden in the middle of the West, I have a chamber that can hold 2,500 kgs of extraction material, whatever that might be, hay or whatever. And when you're got 2,500 kgs in, and you've just put in 1,500 gallons of a butane gas mixed liquid, you want to, I made it out of inch thick 3/16 stainless that was cold rolled to make it even tougher, and the lid that we put on it weighed 1,500 pounds and had to be put on with a hydraulic system to take it off and on. Plus, it had 2.5-inch bolts all the way around it, just a few inches apart. And I had to stand there the first day after my Swiss partner said, well, we're going to try and start it. And I said, yeah, but let me tell you, my colon, I've made many bricks in my life. I could build a building out of the bricks I've made in my colon at various points in time. And we flipped that puppy on, it filled up, and when it hit that tuning fork, it shut the whole system down. Everybody else was like, yay, and I was thinking, fucking God.
Yeah. The feeling almost better than the aha moment, right?
Oh, yeah. Afterwards, it was like, I went somewhere and sat down and had some food and felt good about myself for half an hour.
What year was that in?
Oh God, that was in the late '80s when that one got built. It took us 4 years to build it. Find a spot, find somebody that was willing to cold roll a 12-foot wide sheet of 3/16 stainless steel. It took a year. to
What
find
was the
a.
purpose of the machine then? Obviously, you weren't blasting grass and putting BHO into dispensaries that didn't exist. So what would you do with something that size? What was it you were extracting?
We were extracting. Well, the very second extraction I did was two 40-foot containers of roses from Romania sent there by Roberte. They were fresh, and we ground them up and put them in it, and we made between those two things, we made a 30-gallon drum of white rose oil, which is the finest rose oil.
Jesus.
It's $18,000 a pint is what it's valued at. And that's what we were shooting for, was high-end extractions, and all kinds of people showed up at our doorstep. I mean, the strangest thing was Swanson showed up at our doorstep with a truckload of frozen fried chicken and wanted to know if we could extract the oil, excess oil out of it. And so we did, but I never wanted to do that again because it made such a mess. It took us 2 months to clean the equipment.
I hope you charged them extra, those poor chickens.
I charged them $10,000 cleanup. They bitched and bitched and bitched, but so what? I just said, from now on, if you want to do this, here's the plans.
And did that stuff get sold as food product?
I don't know what they did with it.
Did it contain extracted fried chicken?
Well, not that question, but it leads me to this question, that really what you shared with the world was something that is being used as an extraction method in a lot of applications around us that we don't even realize.
That's right. Tons, almost all your food these days is extracted by it. It's definitely, I license to a lot of companies to do food, flowers, drugs. Get this, I won't even get to have any ha-has out of it, but in Tasmania they're looking into using it as a direct method for making morphine out of the whatever the poppy things do. So
That's incredible. So you know what though? So what the next thing is I want to say is that there are safe facilities in states and countries all over the world that are using similar methods to your patent to extract legal commodities, not cannabis, and put it into market.
That's right. Lots of them.
Lots of them. So this is not a foreign really. This is like these kids with their closed loops and their open blasting. They're just mimicking what has been created in the food industry for over 2 decades now.
Well, I mean, if you check back on my patents, the food industry started using it when I came out with the patents. So it wasn't like I took it from somebody or somebody else. Way back in the 20s, they experimented with using butane, but they didn't have the seals or the correct kind of equipment to do it, and they had a lot of fires and explosions. They didn't go about it the same way. I didn't even find that out until I filed the patent. When I filed the patent examiner in Switzerland sent me a sheaf of papers showing me the past, and he told me what he found unusual about my patent. The most unusual thing about it was he said he searched back 50 years and could find no mention of people using the solvent itself as a coolant. These guys who do these closed loop systems now, they have a couple of problems. They have a lot of problems, actually. But when they get it down there and they start recovering it, it gets very cold and the recovery slows down, and that makes everything go slow. So what I did was I wrapped a copper pipe around the bottom chamber, and as I recover the gas from the chamber, it gets very hot. And I feed it directly through that copper pipe around the bottom chamber and then into the recovery. And what that does is it makes the laws of physics your voltage regulator, because it will never heat up too much, like if you're using electricity or whatever you're using to heat it. And as the gas grows less, it makes less and less heat until finally it shuts itself off and it's over with, because there's no more gas to compress. So there's no more heat being made from it. That's a big step in the right direction because I'm using the very same solvent that's right in with the material as a method of keeping the heat or keeping the cold away from the bottom extraction. And then I wrap another copper or tube around the upper chamber, and we pass that through a heat exchanger. And the heat exchanger I use a steam generator on, and I heat the gas up till it's about 220 degrees. And this gives you one complete extraction. I mean, it leaves nothing behind that might be involved in oil. It's very, very, very selective. It only brings the oil and doesn't bring anything else. And the extraction happens very fast from beginning to end because of the heat generated by the extraction. So basically, when you're compressing it, the electric motor is storing its energy in the gas. The gas is letting its energy go into the bottom chamber for heat, and it aids in the recovery. So it's a simple method, but nobody thought of it before now, and I think it makes the process a lot safer. You're not trying to heat those things up, and I've seen all kinds of stories, people using pot plates with sand on them and all kinds of crap to aid the process, and I'm like, ooh, man, you guys are like, are you that desperate for money to take your life in your hands and your family and everybody around you?
Yeah, well, they don't understand it, you know. They don't understand the whole process, and that's the problem.
Well, I want to teach everybody how the fucking process works.
Well, you know, I know you said you were going to twist some people's arms. I think that might be a good idea for you to come in and actually start enforcing your patent in some places, because you can actually put your, you know, it sounds like you've got a lot of the kinks and the issues that come up when you're doing a butane extraction or like that type of gas extraction.
Well, look, I've been doing it for 20 some odd years, and when I was first starting to do it, all these questions popped up in my head, of course, because here was a gas that could blow up and burn, and then I found out this stuff burns at 5,000 degrees. Gee whiz, that's hotter than liquid hydrogen. And so how to make it safe became a big thing in my forefront, because last thing I wanted to do was die from third-degree burns in a hospital somewhere.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, you have to also remember, John, that the commercial defatting of soybean is done with hexane at extremely large volumes. So organic solvents, flammable organic solvents, are used at large volumes to extract.
Well, I know that, but as an organic chemist, you fully realize that you cannot fucking get all the hexane back out of that. There's going to be a footprint of that shit in there no matter what. And so it is an organic solvent, but I don't want hexane in my body. Maybe it's okay for some people. Maybe it's all right for you. Me, I don't. Look, what I developed instead, which we're showing to the extraction industry now, is a continuous extraction process that is a big giant screw in a big tube, because nowadays they have seals, you know, like the rotary engines have these fucking seals that can seal an explosion in a chamber. So I've got this big giant thing that we've put together that we're demoing, and it feeds in at the top, it feeds gas in, the oil drains out the bottom, and the extracted stuff goes out the top on another side. And that is a way of doing massive amounts. I know what you're saying. Well, gee whiz, how are we going to do 50,000 tons of beans? Because it's a gas process and it's limited. But it's not limited because this continuous process can process enormous amounts of biomass in 24 hours.
Hey, I got a question for you as a non-organic chemist. Can you explain why hexane is not going to make a good solvent for cannabinoids? Because I know a lot of people are using it to wash extracts and clean up extracts, and you know it has these neurotoxic properties. So why can't we get it out of an oil? Why is it always going to leave a fingerprint?
Well, hexane binds itself to the oil, and in a way that the chemist there can explain to you, I'm sure.
No, it's just a higher boiler than butane. It has two more carbons, right? Because you go from hexane to pentane, which is C5, to hexane, which is C6. So it's a C6. It's just a higher boiler. You can remove hexane to where you can't detect it. I mean, it's, you know.
You can, but You can, but the product that you're removing it from suffers greatly by those
Yeah.
higher
Okay. So
boiling
what you're
temperatures.
talking about is that because it's got a higher boiling point, then we start losing terpenes.
Right.
And,
Right. But there's no preferential binding of the molecule itself.
okay.
Well, can I ask this too? Because obviously the FDA developed guidelines for the amount of TBHQ that can be found in our food supply. I mean,
Right.
butane is added as, and if you could speak to this, John, is TBHQ something that you work with in the food industry? I mean, this is what surprised me when I got into this, and the reason I ask is because in states like Colorado and Washington, they are developing these parts per million levels based on FDA's current guidelines.
Well,
Could you speak to that?
well, the butane, of course, is absolutely removable 100% out of it. There's no footprint left behind. In fact, we've even had extracts run through a nuclear magnetic resonance machine, and there's no sign whatsoever. It's 100% pure. And so, hexane, I haven't seen that same demonstration done, so I'm not going to put my foot in my mouth. I don't know, but I know that butane is entirely cleanable from it. And plus, there's a couple of different ways you can do the butane extraction. And this is something that may not be obvious in the patent, but if you spray the butane into the container through nozzles, through very fine nozzles, it freezes everything in the container. You get this phenomenon known as adiabatic cooling. And the adiabatic cooling freezes everything up and lets you extract lighter fractions out of the pot by keeping it all frozen than using the hot method. The hot method, you get everything. The spray-in cold method, you get the very lightest fractions.
So it's more monoterpene rich. Are you saying that?
Well, I think so. I recently started collecting any terpenes that were coming out as we were cleaning it. As we were degassing, we collect the terpenes, and I got a pretty good sized bottle of them now, and they're pretty amazing. And I know some people are talking about putting them back in CO2 extractions to make them smell and taste good, but I don't know. The terpenes are amazing, and I haven't really had a chance to have my hands on some like I do now. Now I've got this little bottle, and you pop the lid off it, and it's incredible.
Is it from one single varietal, or is it a mixed?
No, it's from about I'm going to say probably about 10 gallons of various oils. We collect them in between the drying cabinet and the vacuum pump.
Oh, it's off your okay, I see.
And we collect the terpenes there. And it takes forever it'll coat it the first time, and then 10 gallons later, you've got, probably 25 or 30 cc's of it.
Well, I'm definitely going to have to introduce you to Tony as well, Indra. Welcome, Tony, to the room. Tony does Blue River Extracts. He does the terpene extractions, and he's also in California. And I'm definitely going to be linking the two of you guys up.
Well, hello, Tony.
Welcome, Tony.
Hey, how's it going?
I don't have a camera, so sorry.
Oh, okay.
You enjoying the conversation, Tony?
Yeah, I am. I was just feeling really sick this morning.
Shit. Sorry to hear, dude.
I'm getting these waves of not like being nauseous, but no, I am. I was listening to it earlier when I was trying to get ready, as well. Really good stuff. I mean, it's like anything else. When somebody creates something and spends a lot of time on it, and people get bits and pieces of it and try to go off of it, it always ends up being a little less inferior. It's not as good,
Hope you feel better, Tony. Sorry you're not feeling well, buddy.
Oh, thanks. But I was really fascinated about what he was just explaining on the recapturing and heating into the electric pump. That was interesting.
Yeah, I could see you. Go ahead.
What was that part you were saying just now?
Oh, no, just the part that you were explaining where everyone was messing up with the coil, the copper coil, and then running that through into the pump. That part was really interesting.
Well, yeah, that's an amazing method to, you know, if you start an extraction and you've got that set up and the copper coils are on the bottom one, you can actually walk away from it a little while rather than sitting there for fucking ever waiting for it to happen, you know? I mean, how many hours have you burned sitting there waiting for that pot on the bottom to get ready? Imagine if it was ready just as fast as it was you put the stuff in the top. It would change your whole day. All you got to do is take that line off the compressor head, run it over there and put it about 12 or 15 wraps around your bottom pot. This is all dependent on the size of your pot, the size of the wire, size, you know, all of that. You have to take that all into consideration. And then run it back over to your recovery bottle. And the gas will, a couple of things happen. Besides the fact that the gas regulates the recovery process automatically for you, it also cools the gas down so that it goes back in the recovery bottle way easier. And believe you me, hot gas is harder to move around, isn't it? It just doesn't want to do the same thing that a cold gas will do. So the gas that comes off the bottom of the recovery chamber from that loop will go back in the bottle easy, and it'll simplify your. A lot of people try to sell these things where, hey, run your gas to this and it cools it down. Never mind that. Run it around your bottom fucking chamber. Use that cooling for something.
Someone asked if you're recovering with a copper-based coil.
Well, actually, no. We're using braided stainless steel with a. Let's see. The lining is what do you call it? Damn. What are the seals are made out of? Yeah, I'm 70. I'm starting to some of the shit's.
Calrez.
Maybe that's it. It's what they make all the gloves out of that you can't have latex on you. They make them out of this instead. Anyway, that's what the seals are made out of, and
it's probably a fluoropolymer. You think?
I think it could be, but that's what we use for hoses now, all the way throughout. Those are all pressure tested for 3,500 psi, and you know, blow off.
It's probably either Calrez or another product is called Viton.
Viton seals. Viton. There you go.
Yeah, it's what the O-rings on the space shuttle are made out of.
Yeah, I like the new way the all the cables are ending with that flat thing, and you put a rubber O-ring and you go to another flat thing. I love that. That's so much simpler. And we used to use all these quick connect fittings, and they only last for a certain amount of time. They start getting gummed up. You got to take them apart. They never seal right afterwards.
Hey, John, can you speak a little bit about we had a gentleman come in some time ago talking about the mystery oil that was found in the cans and in the canisters of like butane and propane. I guess it's like an oil that they use to lubricate the nozzles when they're filling the tubes, or the hell are they called, the
tanks.
The tanks, yeah, when they're filling the tanks. Is that something that you know anything about, or because I've heard that that's present in all of these different tanks, this machine oil that contaminates and gets in from the nozzle where it's transferring.
Are you talking about the supposedly 99.99%, or are you talking about the cans?
Not cans, but just like tanks. So like yeah, I mean 99% would be tanks, not 99%, N-butane, propane, anything that comes in a tank, even CO2 they're finding it in. So I was just wondering if they have special tanks for the N-butane or the medical grade that they don't use this machine oil on or something.
Well, the medical grade, yes, they have special tanks because medical grade potentially could be breathed, and so therefore they don't let anything past that. The other side of it is I am a firm believer in having 3 of those columns I mentioned. One, You know, it goes in the top, it goes through the activated charcoal, down through the molecular sleeves, out into the next one, down to the charcoal, out to the molecular sleeves, and the same thing the third time. And with that, I sleep good. You know, I know that the gas is clean, and I'm not gonna be finding anything else in there, even if I would have to. But okay, now I'm gonna tell you a deep dark secret. You guys are pushing me in a corner here, but I'm gonna tell you anyway. Fuck it. The gases that you buy from these people are pretty pure and everything, but long ago, I found a place to get some 16 years ago that was the only, and I do mean only, well on Earth that produced pure butane, N-butane, and isobutane with no other contaminants, no sulfur dioxide, no nothing in it. Absolutely clean. One guy on the whole fucking planet had it, and I bought 14 tons of it from him, and I had him put it in a big fucking container on a boat and ship it to me. And when it came, I was completely freaked out because it was like a picnic bottle, but it was on an 18-wheeler, and it was fucking 30 feet long. And
we're skipping from the gas man.
I knew how much it was going to be, so previously I bought 3 old hydrogen tanks from a company that made hydrogen, and I had them professionally cleaned, and I had them plumbed, and I had them on site. And when this guy showed up, I had spent the previous 7 days running a deep vacuum on the whole thing. And the truck driver pulls up and he says, well, look, I'm going to go get a motel because it's going to take you 2, 3, 4 days to pump this out of here. And I said, well, don't be gone terrifically long because it might be sooner than that. And he says, yeah, well, okay. He says, I'll be right down the street. I hooked up this 6-inch wide hose to this picnic container. And then I hooked the other side up to the end valve for the system. And I popped open the valve on the vacuum chamber from those 3 5,000-gallon hydrogen tanks, and 15 minutes later, that truck was fucking empty. And believe you me, I was scared shitless to open that valve up because here was 14 tons of that shit, guys. 14 tons. I mean, when we looked at the end of the hose, it was just scaring the living dog shit out of us. It scared us so bad that we went down and bought a brand new hose. A guy was going to lend us one of his, and I'm like, no, fuck that. I want a new one of these. If I die, it's going to be because I tried not to. And so and we went and got the truck driver, and he's just like, you guys are just pulling my fucking leg. And I said, well, okay, you can let it sit there as long as you want. Right now it's empty. Thanks. And he came over an hour later, and he couldn't fucking believe it and drove off. But let me tell you, I went to a lot of trouble to get that gas. That's the only gas of its kind in the world. And I am going to make that gas available to the community, along with the training and a short license on how to do it properly. And believe you me, this fucking gas mix that I have will blow your fucking mind with the results. It has been blowing people's minds since I started doing it. That's Mark. I made all kinds of stuff with it. And it is the premium stuff. And there's no more. The guy that had that well, in case you want to go looking for it, you're not going to find it anymore. Because the well pumped out dry, he went bankrupt, and he's gone. So I can't even get any more of it. But I've got 14 tons of it sitting in the middle of nowhere.
One of the first pictures you sent me was like some crazy pipe that was like 18 inches or 20 inches in diameter. And it had like several kilos of oil in it that was all like honeycombed. And you were like, hey, check. And it had like big, like crazy bolt holes that you had taken the top off. I remember seeing that and thinking, man, this guy is fucking something else.
Those were moonstones. That was when we discovered how to make moonstones.
Right, right. Moonstones.
I don't know if you guys play around with it, but when you make your extraction, and when you're at the very tail end of it, if you can manage to set your bottom thing in a tub of ice or cold water and continue on with the recovery, what'll happen is it'll bubble up. Everything will get a lot more viscous, and it'll bubble up, and you just carry on till the end of it. When you open it up, there's this giant container of what looks like foam, but it's the oil, and you can just reach in and cut it with a bread knife and take it out. It's like big chunks of construction foam. And we called that moonstones. It was very popular, but it's very temperature dependent. If you don't keep it the right temperature, it melts back into oil.
Yeah. For me, it wasn't so much that it had holes in it and looked cool like a moon. It was that you had made several fucking kilos of it in one pass. And this was during a time where most people were making like 4 or 5 grams, and a few people had maybe like made an ounce and showed it. And those guys became the Fifes and the Hashmaster Cuts, the new, the people that everyone assumed were the masters of the BHO method. So.
Well, they were the masters of copycatting my method.
Yeah,
they were the earliest guys to say, maybe this works and I'll give it a try too. I don't fault them for that.
No, but I'm just saying, you were sending me pictures of like kilos in a pipe, and I was just like, oh my God, like, you're like, don't post these, and I was like, okay, I won't post them, but holy shit.
Well, you should see the chamber. We have a 100-pound chamber that we use all the time, and it does 100 pounds out of whack. You should see the bottom chamber when that is finished. In fact, I sent you got a picture of some of it that we took out of the bottom chamber there, don't you? The red one?
Yeah, I think I do. Let me check real quick here.
I have a question for you, John. Maybe
sure.
Maybe I missed it earlier, but you said that you were running through active charcoal. Do you run through a carbon like a Norit, or do you actually run through like a active charcoal?
What we do is we have these 3 columns that we use to keep the gas clean and sweet. And we run just the gas through that. We don't run the extract through that, so don't get confused. Now, having said that, if you want your extracts to look prettier and smell really, really nice, get yourself a bag of 1 micron material and get yourself a 5-pound can of molecular sieves. Fill the bag up, sew it shut so that nothing can get out of it. Get another bag, or now you can get sheets of this activated charcoal that won't let dust or anything pass through with it, and put that on top of the molecular sieves, and then put your pot on top of that and then extract it. And that is the sweetest, nicest.
And it doesn't strip out any...
doesn't strip nothing. Doesn't strip anything out. When you're done with it, it's just the sweetest, nicest, best oil you've ever had in your mouth.
Does it clean up the color or something? Is that why?
It definitely cleans the color up somewhat. It makes it, if it's dark, it'll come more red.
Immediately.
There's some dark proponents in it, but listen, it's just color. It's not part of the oil. It's just you can take that THC oil and put it in. For instance, I took an opal and put it in some THC oil for 2 days, and took it out. And that opal absorbed that oil to the color. It was red, and it made that opal go red in 2 days. So that oil will absorb and has color in it, and it will, depending on. Your extraction, if you're not going through something to clean it, is basically a raw extraction, and whatever else was in the pot that may contribute to the colorizing is in there. And if you pass if you pass it through the molecular sieves and the activated charcoal, it doesn't detract from it in any way, and it makes it lighter colored. So I use it all the time. In fact, over the years, after 40 years of subjecting your lungs to heated smoke, I got to the point where I only want to use the higher fractions. What I do now is I do my personal extractions in a very, very, very extreme low temperature. And then when I open the door afterwards, all across the door and all around the top edge of it, I've got these pure white THC crystals that form. And those are the things that we've been smoking lately, because just a tiny, tiny one of those crystals in a pipe is the most amazing. It'll just blast you into somewhere else. And so I've kind of adjusted myself. My lungs are sensitive, so I've got to get the most for the least out of it when I smoke now. And also, just recently, I tried vaporizing those crystals, and I think I got pretty high. I don't remember much. Just woke up the next day going, wow, did I get blasted last night?
I think Tony had an experience like that just the other night.
Yeah, it's right here. This is like a gram of maybe a little more, maybe 2 grams of the those crystals, but I actually added like 20 drops of terpenes, so maybe like 0.5 ml per gram, or about 0.5. I don't know how much it was. It might have been a 2-gram rock.
Do you figure it's the terpenes that crystallized out because of the THC, or the THC that crystallized out because of the terpenes, or the terpenes and the THC crystallized out?
Well, we've been using terpenes to crystallize as instead of a solvent in making like CBD crystals, and then this has kind of been this THCA was derived very similar to what you described in your method, and then all this was terpenes reintroduced to it, and I agree with you. It makes a super flaky, blonde, unbelievably strong dab.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would be the thing to turn loose on the public. Having tried.
Well, can I show you this, Indra? This is THCA crystalline that you did. That is available. It is what is it? Yeah, this one particularly is Goji THCA, 92%, and it's got a CBD of 0.04, and it's by a company called Guild Extracts that are here in the Bay that are really great. And I've photographed it in this high definition, and it's crazy. They look like little quartz crystals.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, they're really quite beautiful. I could share the photos with you sometime, but it's remarkable what pure THC looks like.
THCA.
THCA, of course. Yeah, THCA crystalline. Yeah.
Oh, you spilled some. Oh my
Yeah,
God, that was probably $50 worth just now.
It would be a problem if he just spilled some THC, because then it would just be a sticky mess, right?
Well, right, but it's not. I can pick it up really easily off my keyboard, and fortunately, I've never had to buy it, so I appreciate all of it I've ever had. But
gotta love the acid.
I got some here too. I got this from either Roji, I think, or Horatio.
It's really quite astonishing. How do they get the bigger crystalline? How do they get the bigger crystals? That's incredible. Is that really?
That's just by growing it. Just a purity thing. By growing
it. Mark, is that THC?
I'll have Tony
THC.
talk about it. It's CBD that's
Yeah, that's CBD chunks, man.
Yeah,
go ahead.
The size of the crystals is dependent on the purity of the crystals. The purer they make, the bigger the crystals will be born from it. That's from the biochemist, but he is spot on with that. I've been making crystals for years. I've got a book about crystals that I'm going to be coming out with in the next year or so. And what it is my big chamber that's out in the middle of nowhere has a 6-inch viewport into the bottom chamber. And it's made out of special stuff I got from Germany. That viewport was like, I forget, it was $1,700 or $1,800 for that one viewport. But anyway, there's a circular light on it. And when we would extract different things, and while we were recovering, crystals would often be born in the effluent right before our eyes. All kinds of crystals that we've never seen before, that were being born in a chamber void of any oxygen, only butane was in the atmosphere, and it was recovering like crazy. And when the bubbles would burst, as the gas was coming out of the oil, it would burst into crystals, and you'd see these crystals fly all over in the chamber, all sorts of them. I watched dinner plates being born. I watched little diamonds. I watched little Ferris wheels, all sorts of stuff being born. So I took pictures over all those years. I took lots and lots and lots of pictures of these primitive crystals, because these are crystals born outside of the salt process, to where you salt something to make it come into a crystal. These are crystals that were born just because they were molecular crystals being born in that raw atmosphere in that chamber. And I'm working on a coffee table book that has pictures of these crystals as they're being born out of this process. And then in the back of the book, I take the oils, because I became friends with the water doctor over the years. In the back of the book, I take 1 drop of oil and I put it on a drop of pure water, and I put that in a petri dish, and I put liquid nitrogen around the petri dish, and it freezes the water and the drop of oil. Then I take, yeah, those are beautiful things you guys are showing me, by the way. Then I take the petri dish and I put it in a cabinet where I have a microscope that's kept at 5 degrees. And I can then zoom in with the microscope to the oil on top of the water, and I wait until the oil starts to thaw and the water starts to thaw. And at one moment, for about 5 or 6 seconds during that process, whatever flower the oil was derived from will appear in a crystal in the oil floating on top of the water. If it's a rose, it'll be a rose but in crystalline form. If it's a sunflower, it'll show the sunflower in its crystalline form. So that led me to believe that the life energy that was in that plant, when extracted this way, still remained present in the oil. So we called the oils living oils.
Nice.
That'll
That's
appear
cool.
in the back. That'll appear in the back of the book, on the coffee table book, of the crystals bursting forth in the solution of hydrocarbons.
I was just sharing some pictures while you were talking of that, about that, of some oil that I shot recently and made. So I thought it went along nice with your talk.
What did I hear correctly, John? That you live in California?
Yes.
Where in California? In the north, south area?
I live in Northern California,
Okay.
up by Lost Coast.
Okay.
Where are you at?
Cool. I'm in Oakland.
Oakland?
Yep.
Oh yeah. We're a drive from you. We're up in the zone, the grow zone. You know, up by Garberville.
Yeah. You're not too far away though.
No. In fact, I haven't been down there recently, but the next time I have to go to the VA to find out why I'm still alive, I'll stop by and I'll try and fix it up so I can stop by your place if you like.
Yeah, that would sound good. I could always make the drive up too. I'd love to hang out with you.
Yeah, go up.
Fascinating. Yeah.
Go.
I'm gonna go up. I'm not gonna have you come down.
Well, sometimes I have to go there because as a Vietnam veteran, as a wounded Vietnam veteran, I suffer from a lot of stuff from Vietnam. Agent Orange is one of them. I'm one of the highest tested Agent Orange people in the country who's still alive. They say that I've got, maybe with me it's acting as a preservative. I don't know for sure.
So I was gonna say, like, what did you feel that your experiences in the past has led you to this to being obsessed with resin and creating this oil to such a purity? I mean,
well,
was it a patient first thing?
Well, I wasn't a patient. When I was in Vietnam, I mean, I went in the Army at age 17 because there was 10 kids in my family, and my dad wanted to get rid of me. I was the oldest, and I ate more than anybody else. And so he wanted me the hell out of there. And so he brought me to the recruiting station one day and said, "You're a man now. there's the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and pick one of them, and I'll see you. And he gave me a $20 bill. And so I went to Vietnam, and it was hot. It was hotter than a motherfucker. And they started bringing these helicopters spraying around the edge of this camp I was at, Cu Chi, 25th Infantry Division, right at the corner of the Iron Triangle, right in the densest part of the fucking jungle. And it would kill all the stuff, would all fall back for 2, 3, 4 days. And we noticed that when that stuff got on us, it made our skin feel cooler. And so I asked the lieutenant, what's up with this? It's very cooling. He says, it's a defoliant. Don't worry, it's not harmful. And so we would go out when the helicopter would come by, take our fucking clothes off just about, and get soaked in it because it would drop your body temperature down 10 degrees. And when it's 120 and 100% humidity, it's like hard to breathe. And so we did that. We did it all the fucking time. I came back to the States. I started feeling a little weird. And I started looking, and nobody was giving me straight answers about anything. Everybody was telling me industry answers or guesses. And so I got totally wrapped up into finding out about what the truth was about every fucking thing. And I just was able to, maybe you weren't here the first time around, I wasn't able to get honey oil one day because the Hare Krishnas got busted importing it from India, and I couldn't get it anymore. And that really got me started. It's like, I love smoking pot, but fucking honey oil was like, another whole level, a whole new level. And so I started really looking into it and looking and looking. And when I got the epiphany about it, I did a terrible thing. I tried it in a butane pipe. I've been thoroughly thrashed about that now. And but it worked, and that led me to everything else that I did. One thing led to another. This was one of those domino things, The first thing
Did
fell
you say
over.
the pipe was made of butane?
I guess I did. The first time I did, but who knew?
If the pipe was made with butane,
sorry, the pipe was made of PVC, and I was using butane in it. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, if the pipe was made of butane, did you extract with PVC? Sorry.
Yeah. I get tongue-tied once in a while. You start getting older, and that happens to you. But anyway, I did a bad thing. I used PVC the first time, but then after that, I straightened out.
For the record, as an experimentalist, you did the first experiment. You did the proof of concept experiment, which can I put an extractable herb into a tube? You bought the tube at Home Depot or whatever. It was PVC, whatever. It worked. So now you move on from there, and you develop, the technology developed from there. Don't worry about it. It was your first. I applaud you as an experimentalist. Your first experiment worked just fine.
Clearly, it points out that necessity is the mother of invention.
Yeah, I used to have a friend in internet security, and he used to say incompatibility is the mother of all job security.
Yeah. No shit.
Anyway, carry on.
So what was I talking about?
You were talking about finding the truth about the cooling chemicals from the sky that you were running around naked in.
Yeah, well, after that, I straightened up and I started realizing that people don't necessarily always tell you the truth or what's good for you, unless, like, if they want to sell you something, they would, sell you the nastiest shit on the planet and tell you how good it was for you.
Well, John, in essence, isn't the cooling just the solvent that the Agent Orange was in? Because Agent Orange is a toxic mixture of dioxins and nasty herbicides. Those things don't cool at all. Those are just nasty chemicals. The only thing that's going to cool is like if it were like an alcohol solution or some type of solvent-based solution that now felt cool because it was evaporating off your skin, right?
No, Agent Orange. Well, by the way, there's Agent Orange, Agent Blue, Agent Green, Agent Red. They were just the color of the barrels that they were in, and they were they were ready to spray, and they atomized them finally as they flew over you. And of course, there was some solvent in it. What, I don't know, but as that evaporated off of you, you were cooled.
Yeah, so it was the nature of the solvent, not anything about the molecules themselves that made you cool, right?
None of that mattered to me at the time. We're talking
Right.
talking about anecdotal evidence and not science.
Right.
Okay?
But the
And
fact
so,
that you're being hit with basically a solvent, of these toxic molecules, those solvents are also going to carry those molecules through the skin.
well, absolutely they did, and that's what I suffer from today. I've got extreme high blood pressure. My left ventricle is as big as your head. Um, I have Agent Orange diabetes, in which I have to take all of the type 1 and all of the type 2 medications for. I'm actually on 4 different heart medications that I have to take every single day, and one of them I have to take twice a day. And then there's a plethora of other medicines that they give me that that they're trying to boost me up with vitamin D's and this and that. And I've got a whole box of them. I got about 31 pills I have to take every day, and some of them twice.
So needless to say, you're a patient and you qualify as a medical patient in California?
Well, I'm a disabled veteran. The VA puts me see, when you're over 50% disabled, they send you a letter that says you can forget about Obamacare. You're covered under the VA. So I don't even mess with that. I don't know anything about it. I don't buy health insurance because the VA, I'm on tier 1 level A health care. So they do everything. They give me my glasses, they fix my teeth, they take care of whatever medicines I need. If I have to go to the hospital, if I need a CAT scan, whatever, I go to them and they do it.
Well, that's how it should be.
I'm glad to hear that.
Fuck, no shit.
That's how it should be for everybody.
I don't think I've ever heard that in my entire life. I don't think I've ever heard a vet. That brought such joy to my heart, John. I was like, man, I bet you a lot of vets. That's like a good thing to hear right there.
Yeah,
It's beautiful. You want to know the only other group of people that gets health coverage like that? United States prisoners. Ironically.
Wow, they're worth a lot.
So, are you suggesting that you either join the army or become a prisoner? Or
Sorry, you know what's sad is
hold on. You can't say that about the army. I mean, John, much respect to you, but I lost all my benefits and everything for a positive urinalysis for THC. So, even though I sustained injuries, etc., I lost all my benefits because that's just how that system works. So, much respect, and I'm glad you got it, but as John knows, many other vets don't have it, and I know people who were exposed to Agent Orange who don't have access to it. So I'm sorry, John, that you're injured to the point that you have that disability, but much respect that you have it and are being treated with respect by the VA. So I'm glad to hear that at least.
Right.
Well,
they've been asked to get to that point that he's treated like that, right?
They've been asking me for a urine test for 5 years. What I always do is I go in and I immediately rush into the pisser and take a good healthy piss. And then by the time I get back to the nurses, they're like, okay, we're going to need a urine test from you today. And I said, well, you know what? You guys should put these things in a bathroom or something because I already went in there and pissed, and I pissed once a day, and that was it. And so there you have it, and away I go. I'm never, ever, ever going to give them a piss test. It's just, the thing is, in states where it's legal, like California, they really can't say shit to you about it. Because I talked to a couple of vets who do give their piss tests at the clinic where I go, and they reek of pot when they're in there. When they come in, I can smell them walk in the door. And I asked the guy, and he says, yeah, he says, CBD. He goes, I take it for my pain. And I go, hey, you ever mix it up with any THC? And he goes, well, not on purpose. But these are all old guys, They're like me. They're all in there with 2 canes. They're, and you couldn't get a straight answer out of them with a fucking shotgun. And that's just the way all the old guys are down at the VA. Don't tell me, ask me no questions. I'll tell you no lies. And nowadays they've got the cops standing at the front door of the VA clinic, by the way, and they want to search you to see if you got a fucking weapon on you. And I looked at the guy, and he said, "Do you have any weapons on you?" And I said, "Well, my wife thinks I do." And of course, that went right over his fucking head. Like,
that's above his pay grade.
yeah. But you know, what can I say? If they weren't treating me, I'd be dead. They do treat me. They do take care of me. They recently just gave me a $4,000 CPAP machine because I don't breathe at night anymore on my own. They tested me and they said we've never seen such a bad case of sleep apnea. The one doctor, who I think is an archaeologist actually, pretending to be a doctor, uh, told me I don't have any really good explanations about why you're still alive. He goes, they always ask me the same thing when I came in. Are you depressed? And I'm like, no. But do you wake up feeling suicidal? No, I wake up every morning, I look around and I go, bonus round.
No shit.
And so
Cannabis. Cannabis is the answer, right?
I
Isn't
rang
it?
the canvas bell. I asked my nurse practitioner last time, you don't talk about marijuana, do you? And she's like, no, we don't talk about that here. Not yet, anyway. I'm like, okay, just thought I'd ask. She said, why are you asking? And I said, well, my neighbor had a bum knee, and he started rubbing CBD oil on it, and now he's mowing the yard. So
Right.
I was wondering, and she said, well, we can't give you any info about that right now. But like I said, Steph, where did you get piss test busted at?
Oh, I was on my way to promotion.
Oh,
I was in the military still.
duh.
Well, I sustained injuries in the Gulf War, and I was medevac to Germany. And when I was going through rehab in Germany, I got addicted to the morphine, which was easy to do because they're like, "Oh, vet, combat, here, have more. Here's a button. Just press it whenever you need it, you know." And
Yeah.
I got great for drooling all over myself, bad for thinking or communicating. So I told that to the doctor because I'm an artist. I'm like, I want to be creative. I can't even be creative. I can draw the pill or circles, but that's it. I can't do anything. And he recommended cannabis. And then I came back stateside because I was in a National Guard unit. And yeah, on my way to my promotion on the way in that morning, I smoked a joint because it helped me, you know, all the time. You know, it's what I found for myself that that's what inspired me to get involved and get active because I got tired of making criminals out of my friends because I couldn't go to the VA and fill out that prescription, and I got really angry that I lost all my benefits. I had an exemplary record, you know. My unit was attached to the French Foreign Legion. We were so fucking good in the military that they're like, oh, you need to go with them. So, yeah, I just, you know, it was what it was. I saw combat and survived it in the end. It brought all 11 of my men home, and proud of that fact. And I've just gone on living my life. But then when I realized that I wasn't the only patient out there who was struggling with the VA and cannabis, I started to go to the VA. And when I went into the VA, they would physically remove me. They would say, oh, you're a known drug user because you say you use marijuana, so you already had a positive urinalysis. So security would show up, and they'd escort me out of the VA facility. I couldn't get any counseling. I could get no benefits. I had, like you from Agent Orange, I had my boot pulled off in an exposed environment, and I had blisters on the bottom of my feet for 9 years that would not go away. Huge bulbous blisters that would just burst. And the VA said, it's all in my head, and they wouldn't give me any help, so I had to go to conventional doctors. And fortunately, I own and run a dispensary, and I pay my own insurance, and I also assist my employees in their insurance because everybody should be covered, and that's how I'm covered because fuck the VA. And that finger's not for you, John. This one's for the VA.
I got you. Have you talked to a lawyer because you can get that adjudicated? You got a piss test while you were on active duty, and that you didn't get discharged, a bad discharge, did you?
It was, but check this out. This was interesting. It was initially a bad discharge from the National Guard, but of course I had my proper discharge from the Army for my service in the Gulf War. So the VA would see me because I had that. But when I mentioned anything having to do with cannabis was my medicine, cannabis I was using, I wanted to talk to them about getting access to Marinol, and they're like, nope, you're a known drug user, security, out. And I've been kicked out of VA facilities in Los Angeles, D.C., when I lived in D.C., in Oakland, as well as the one in SF. So I filed 4 different times for my disability for Gulf War syndrome, and they lost my paperwork, 4 different times. So before I was finally diagnosed in '97, when I was in D.C., I had a doctor who actually made sure she locked my paperwork down, and I was finally diagnosed with Gulf War syndrome, and could have sought for my benefits, but by that time I was just too active, and you know how draining it is dealing with the VA. It's a full fucking time job dealing with them
Yes.
and their paperwork and their disappointment. I would rather go out there and help other people and provide cannabis today, and besides waiting on their fucking system. And so that's what's constantly evolved me, is that I'm a patient myself, and fuck the government, they're full of shit. But I'm thankful for those. Like my stepdad's a World War II vet, D-Day, Battle of the Bulge, so he is full coverage from the VA for life. So I see him get the full coverage, and I love it, and I respect it, and I'm glad that they get it. I'm glad that you get it, and I'm not going to sit there and cry for myself, because I've given up on that shit a long time ago. I'd rather live my life and take care of myself as best as I can, because for me, for my exposure for Gulf War syndrome, they said it was a lie for years, John, just like for Agent Orange. And it wasn't until 3 to 4 years later that I actually had a VA physician pull me aside and say, hey, kid, I got to tell you something. We were told to lie to you about your exposure. We were told to say that it was in your head. I'm really sorry. I'm going to take the fucking balls here and actually tell you the fucking truth. And I sat there in a pool of myself, fucking so angry, like, really? Really? That's how it's going to be. So fuck you, fuck this entire system. And then 2 years later, I got a 7-page list of everything I was exposed to in the Gulf War, because we overran these positions, because I was attached to the French Foreign Legion. We came across these bunkers that were mile by a mile long, with everything was all nuclear tipped, and demolition came and blew that stuff all around us, because they didn't want it to fall into the enemy's hands again, inadvertently causing fallout of everything that I got exposed to, which is everything from Agent Orange to mustard gas, nuclear, biological. This guy who almost weighs 185 pounds wasted down to 92 pounds. That shit sucked, dog. Let me tell you.
You need to let go of it within yourself and get a lawyer. Let the lawyer handle it. That's what I did. I went to a
I need
lawyer.
another lawyer like I need a fucking hole in the head, dog.
Listen,
I'm suing the government.
It won't cost you a thing. There's free lawyers that advocate for vets. That's what I did. I got a hold of a free one back in Boston, and she took care of everything. And now she's getting ready to jack them up again to get me my veterans pension, and to get me my state California veterans pension, and a few other benefits that they've been holding back. But really, you'll never beat them at their own game on your own. You need a lawyer.
Well, that's why I gave up on it. I'd rather take care of other people, and I can take care of myself. I don't need their assistance. I'm a healthy human, and I'm riding bikes with Todd in the hills from time to time, so I'm doing all right,
You're riding bikes with Todd in the hills? What was that?
Yeah, Todd and I have mountain bikes. We go riding in the hills.
What? How cute. How cute.
Keeping him healthy, But yeah, I mean, cycling and cannabis saved my life, because it helped me get out, it helped me get active, and it put food on my bones, so I was hungry and I felt active, and I've always felt free, to give back and do whatever I can. So that's why I've risked my freedom for the last 17 plus years, helping other patients and not waiting around for the government to come around and say, you know what, you're right about this cannabis, here it is for you. And eventually we're going to get there, but at the same time, the VA is coming around. I've been working with Michael Kravitz and others in Americans for Safe Access and crafting the legislation that's passed, and it is going to assist other vets so that you, Indra, can actually go to the VA and your VA physician can actually write a script. Unfortunately, the Republicans and Democrats have no sets of balls between them that will actually keep these things in legislation currently, because it was in legislation, but then it gets pulled. And but we celebrate the vets and like, hey, we love our vets, but when it actually comes putting the rubber to the road, more of us get fucked than anything else,
Well, there's seven GOP senators who pulled that out of the last appropriation bill. Those are the same guys that do it every time, and coincidentally, those same guys are fierce hawks, and they vote war every fucking chance they get. And they're also all 7 of them tied to Big Farm in a big way. And that's where if you go on Indiegogo, you can find a guy who wrote an app that you can get for $5 that tells you what every fucking politician's money sources are, all of their money sources.
Yeah.
And when you go on there and enter these guys' names into it, man, they receive more money from Big Farm. Each one of them yearly receives enough money from Big Farm to last any one of us for the rest of our fucking lives on a yacht somewhere in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, I feel 2 things about that. It's really ironic that our soldiers go to fight for freedom and then come home and they don't have freedom. I think that's so uncool. And then the second thing is I thought every adult on a mountain bike was stoned, Tony.
You're probably right. I think a lot of kids that are on mountain bikes are stoned too.
I mean, that's how I started. Even in high school, I took my bike out of the garage and I drove to the woods to smoke a joint.
Yeah.
That was the point of a mountain bike, right?
That was the point. We didn't have a car. We were like, how do we get away from the house? Like,
you guys were lucky. I smoked my first joint behind the front wheel of a 5-ton truck on the way to Coochie from Benoit, and they started shooting at us, and we pulled off the side of the road, and I jumped behind the wheel because there was bullets hitting the dirt everywhere. Little rocks were stinging the shit out of you, and I could hear the wheel on the other side catching bullets. And the black guy up at the front, because it was the cook's truck that we were in, was smoking something, and he looked at me and he says, "Hey, you look like you're gonna piss yourself," and he flicked this joint back to me, which I didn't know was a joint at the time, and he said, "Here, try some of that, it'll calm you down." So I took a puff, choked, took a few more puffs, choked some more, took another puff, a rock hit me, and I looked up and he said, "Pass it back." So I threw it back over to him and I said, "What is that?" And he said, "That's marijuana." And the first thought that came in my head was, geez, I promised Mom I wouldn't do that. And that was the last time I had any kind of thoughts of denial in my head about pot. Ever since then, I've smoked steadfastly since 1964 until now without missing almost hardly one day.
Nice. 1964. When was your first puff, Sam?
1965.
Nice.
Close. No banana.
But the good thing about mine was nobody was shooting at me.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I did learn to mix pleasure and strangeness at the time, but years later it came to me that that wasn't necessarily a good way to be. So.
Yeah, I even in Saudi Arabia, I scored Lebanese hash, and I would actually roll it into little thin lines or put it in my tobacco and just smoke it in my cigarette because we were going through cigarettes like it was water. You know how it is on the front line.
Well, in those days in Vietnam, if you brought a pack of Salems, a carton of Salems, 2 cartons, you bring 2 cartons down to Papasan. He would take 1 carton, empty all the tobacco out, fill it up with marijuana, put it back in the packages and sealed it back up, and so that it looked like a regular pack of cigarettes. And the other carton he kept for himself, probably to smoke. I don't know what he did with it. But you could be around base all day long. You got a pack of cigarettes, pop one out, put it in your mouth. It was a Salem. You know, it looked like a Salem, but we were all smoking pot. What can I say? I even ran across a full-bird colonel smoking a joint behind the shitter in Vietnam and Cu Chi out in the field. And he saw me when I came around the corner. He had it in his mouth taking a hit, and I looked at him, and he just smiled at me, and he put it on the ground, stepped on it, and said, "You having a good day, soldier?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And he walked away, and that was that. Nobody said anything about anything.
Yeah, we must have had some pretty good cannabis there in Vietnam.
Listen, we used to get Thai sticks. We'd go to Saigon and get on the MATS, Military Air Transport plane, fly to Bangkok. In Bangkok, we would go down to the Papasan's place and buy a duffel bag full of Thai Buddha sticks. We would take those sticks, get back on the plane, fly back to Vietnam, and you sell them for $1 a stick. You bought them for 10 cents a stick, and you sold them for $1 a stick in Vietnam. And believe you me, those babies, you could stick them on the wall of the hooch, and it would stick there. It was so sticky.
That's called the Italian test.
Yep. The poster. Can you put a poster up with it?
Yeah, you could with those sticks. They were there. I didn't see those little small tie sticks till I came back from Vietnam in the States. Did you remember those little pencil-sized ones that were around? No, too
I
old.
saw them. I saw them every size in Thailand.
No, I mean
Start,
here in the States. In the States, when I came
in
back.
America, also, I saw little tiny ones and
Yeah,
big giant ones that were, lousy weed, a big giant stick running through it, and yeah, whatever.
yeah. The ones in Thailand, there was no lousy ones. There was only different. They were all so good. It was I mean, I literally, when I was in Thailand the first time after being in Vietnam for 6 months, and I smoked some of that with a guy, we were sitting there deciding whether or not to buy some and whether or not to go back to Vietnam. We're like, fuck that noise. You know what? The people are, we were just like on the verge of just staying in Thailand. But, my dad was in the army, and I was born on an army base in an army hospital. And in
And you
the
were going to die in an army.
Yeah, thanks. I just didn't want to have them phone my dad up and go, guess what? Your son deserted. Dad was, he was the toughest, best guy I knew. And so I didn't want to let him down. So I got on the plane and went back to Vietnam. It wasn't easy the first time. And I went TDY to Vietnam 4 times before I got a tour. And the only way I actually got the tour, the full tour, was I complained about going TDY because I was training ARVN field medics to be medics. And I complained to this top sergeant about coming and going all the time. And when I walked into his office the next time, he says, guess what? No more TDY for you. And I said, when am I leaving? He says, week after next. He says, I got you a full tour. You're going to be there 13 months. So that's what happened to me.
Fuck.
Pissed off the wrong people, and I was always giving that sergeant shit, going, "Hey, how the, you know," and he didn't appreciate it, but he didn't tell me that. Instead, he just got me a tour, and then when I was leaving, he said, "Enjoy yourself."
Ooh, nasty.
Yeah, there's some nasty people in the government services. I don't get involved in government schemes at all anymore, no matter what they are. I don't care if it's like free $100 bills. I'm not going down there to see what they're doing.
Yeah. You're not going to go see their
That's
free
really good.
$100 bills. You're not going to piss in their cups.
That's right.
No, it's really creepy how prison is. A lot of the guys I was in prison with, sadly, were guys that had been in the military, and a lot of the prison guards are guys that, wanted to continue getting their credits from their military into civilian life, so they would go get these shitty government jobs at prisons, and they're nice guys, but they were just in crappy environments once that happened, and just such a lame deal signing up with the government on so many levels.
Well, that's the whole story of life. Everybody's a nice guy, and then they get involved in some crap. Look, if everybody on the fucking planet would sit down and smoke a joint for 2 hours, we'd have world peace. It's all letting yourself go and looking at yourself. And I think until I smoked my first joint, I never really looked at myself. I was just always wondering what the fuck was going on. I would never participate in conversations that people were holding because I was afraid I would open my mouth up and say something stupid. So I always just kept my mouth shut and listened. The only positive effect that ever had was the girls used to say, "He's so quiet." But other than that, yeah, I was stunted socially because I didn't know what to say. And after I smoked my first joint, my bottom lip said, hello. And so that's the reason, if you want to know my gosh honest truth, the reason that I got the first BHO method came to me was because God knows I have got a big mouth and that I don't keep that kind of thing secret. I'm a believer in that we're all here. We're all shooting for the same thing. Maybe we don't live with each other or anything, but we're all headed to the top of a mountain, and there's just all these different paths on the way up, and everybody's on one, and just because some guy's on one path or another doesn't make him bad. It's just a different way of getting to the top of the mountain. And me,
You're,
I'm a mountain climber.
you're a beautiful soul, John. It's really so nice listening to you talk and hear the history of where you come from and what you went through. And it's so admirable on so many levels. And I thank you so much for sharing so much. It's, I've always got a lot out of listening to Hash Church, and being able to participate has always been very enjoyable too. And to be able to interact with people like you, it's truly a treasure.
Yeah, talk about radical openness and honesty. Great info. Thanks for being a guest here.
Oh,
Yeah.
Listen. I appreciate you guys willing to listen to an old fart like myself. Um, I'm still burning. I'm burning one as we speak, and I'll be burning them all day long. I've watched the whole thing change from twisting up the first commercial pot that I came back to the States that I could buy after Vietnam was a bag of green, dusty looking stuff. And I couldn't wait to leave the army base and get out of my uniform. And I went to my mom's house where I had sent over 200 packages of small Sanyo refrigerators filled with Thai stick in jars with paraffin around the lid. And when I got there, my mother's like, I had to end up using the whole garage to store these. She goes, what the hell's in them? And I said, oh, just a bunch of Vietnamese dolls I got for you, Mom. I'll be unpacking them as time goes by here. And now, when I looked at that first lid that guy showed me, it was actually a lid weighed out in a big number 10 mayonnaise jar thing and dumped in a bag of green powdery stuff. I lit it up and took one puff off it, and I said, no, God, this isn't the truth. The truth's overseas, and I'm going to start spreading this around. I was in a family of 11 kids, and if you didn't fucking share with the other kids, what kind of a fuckhead were you? Everybody was like, you would get a quarter from Dad, and you would go show it to everybody, and you go, let's go buy 5 candy bars.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I grew up in a big family, and so that also led me to go to India and start searching around trying to find out what the fuck am I here for. And the conclusion I came to was the same reason everybody's here, to find out about love. Every fucking lesson taught here, loss, gain, pleasure, pain, all of it is about love. There's nothing else.
Indra, what do you like to smoke then, since you say you're smoking now? What are you smoking? What do you like to smoke, and do you grow, and what do you like to grow?
I am a great Kush lover. I love all the Kushes. Right now I'm having a lemon Kush that is truly amazing, and I will be smoking Kush till the day I die. I do like sativa, but it's still number 2 on my thing. Whatever Kush you got, OG Kush, lemon Kush, Kush, Kush is my thing. And when I grow, that's what I like. I like Kush.
Kush is your bush.
Kush is my
Bong rip to that, guys.
Say again?
Bong rip to that one.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, my favorite thing is I used to say Bong Shiva all the time. And then after I was up at the Shiva temple in Manali in India, I was sitting there one day and the epiphany came to me that I'm Shiva. And so I now say Bong Miva.
It's going to be the new word.
And since you're all part of Shiva, feel free.
Feel free. Boom Shankar.
Oh, Boom Shankar.
Yes, I was just at Chris Bennett's house recently. He's one of our Hash Church panelists. He's a historian and has just an incredible knowledge of the history of cannabis and its interactions with mankind. And he has a cat that he's named Shankar. I thought it was a pretty good name for a cat.
Yeah, I love that name, Shankar.
Yeah.
At first you think it sounds like canker, and it's not. But after I got in India and found out who Shankar was and what was behind it, when I was in India for a long time, I worked at this free hospital. And the teacher there at the hospital, the Swami, used to come out of the door in the morning and stick his feet under my crossed legs and tell me the stories from the Ramayana and the Sri Guru Granth Sahib. And he would tell me these stories from a first person viewpoint. And he was considered an avatar anyway. People thought, he's a part of the Godhead because he could heal people. He could touch people and make things happen. And so he used to come out and sit and tell me that. And years went by. We were sitting there, and the small hospital, there was a big super specialty hospital where they did heart surgery, open heart surgery all the time. Then there was a small hospital, which was the general hospital. And he was head of the general hospital. And one morning he asked Swami if he could get treatment from me. So Swami says yes. And so I went there, and he said, "Can I ask you a personal question, John?" And I said, "Of course. What? There's no such thing really as personal, for me anyway. Because I say what's on my mind. I don't give a shit who's there or what the deal is. That's my fallback in life. I always say what's on my mind." So anyway, he says, in the morning, when Swami's telling you something every morning, we all listen, and we wonder, what is he telling you? And I said, "What do you mean? You're sitting 1 foot away from me." And he says, "We've discussed it, and all 30 of us, all we hear is bzz, 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 bzz. We don't hear a thing." And so for some reason, this teacher was telling me these stories and nobody else, sitting on the porch with him. And I had no idea what the hell was going on. But much later on, he told me that, "I'm going to send you back to the United States." He said, "You can't stay here in India any longer." And I said, "Why do I have to leave, Swami?" And he says, "Because I have a lot of work for you there." And so here I am doing what I think he sent me here for. So that's where all that stuff comes from.
You told me that story before. That's cool. I didn't. Well, you told me a part of that story in the sense that that dude had told you that you kind of had to leave. You were going to go to the United States, and you were like, "Oh, what?" Like I was kind of like, I like living here.
Yeah, I did. I wanted to listen. I'd be in India right now if it wasn't for that.
By any chance, was he an immigration officer?
No, no, no. Immigration in India is visas are easily gotten by paying for them. That you can go to your local visa officer in India and pay for a visa for however long you want. Just depends on the amount of money you give him. So that wasn't it at all. What was it was after Swami told me to leave India, he wouldn't pay attention to me anymore. He wouldn't fucking talk to me. He wouldn't look at me. As far as he was concerned, I was gone. And so finally I got it and left.
Interesting. Well, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you went on your journey and had all those experiences and came to the point where, here you are all these years later sharing some pretty cool stories and some pretty, I would say pretty substantial knowledge drops for anyone listening and paying attention. Like, holy shit. So
yeah, it's really amazing to listen to you talk. It's truly, you can't read, this stuff isn't in books, it's not in documentaries, it's just really, it's amazing.
Although I've been writing a book for the past 8 years, I don't think I'll ever get it done. Maybe they'll publish it after I'm gone. But hey, I'm preparing some pictures and maybe a little video. I'll see how well it works out next week to show you guys how to make those soft temple balls. And I've been looking all around, and I don't see anybody using this method at all. So it'll be brand new information, I'm pretty sure.
Well, someone asked that today if they were like, how do you make those temple balls? How do you make those temple balls? So there you go. You heard it from the man himself. Potentially, maybe you will learn in the upcoming weeks here on Hash Church. Pretty sweet. Pretty good.
Yeah. I think it would be fun to teach you guys, and it's a needed thing. That it's actually more needed that they get out than that I try to make a lot of money off of. However, if anybody wants to start sending me $250, I'll be happy to receive it. I've never made a penny off of the pot part of it. The essential oil part of it, I do make a living off of that, and I thank the heavens that I came up with that when I did, because in the long run, that will probably end up taking care of my kids too. And I'm always thinking. You know what's the hardest thing in the world? To stay in the now. You're
Yeah.
either thinking about what my teacher told me once. Do you want to become immortal? And fuck, there was 40 people in the room. Everybody was like, you could hear butt hairs rubbing together.
Hey,
Oh,
And I,
John,
yes,
I have a question. I think my company might be interested in seeking a license to your patent. Are you actively seeking people to license your patent?
if people are seeking to license it, I am available.
How would we get in touch with you and make an inquiry on that?
I can link you up, Mark.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you,
In
Mark.
fact, I will link you up.
Thank
there you
you.
go.
Thank you.
Most
I
definitely.
mean, I think I wasn't aware of it until we discussed it on church a couple of weeks ago. But as I looked at it, I could see a lot more possibilities. I'd love to, get an NDA and sit down and talk with you about it.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all. I'm
Cool.
I'm actively entertaining licensees, and I have talked to the Colorado AG and the Washington State and the California AG, and all of them had an overriding concern about safety. They were really, 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 really thinking of some medieval shit to do in the way of laws
Right,
because of all the fires
right.
and explosions. And I think I've been educating them by first off sending them copies of the patent and showing them that we had a 18-year safety record. We've never had a fire. I even documented for them that we were in 2 locations where the locations burned down, but we didn't. And they're very interested in some kind of talking on a national level of some kind of a safety training course that would be taught by me, and people would get certified, on a little diploma or something to put on the wall saying that you came, you saw, you listened, and maybe you learned.
Yeah, great.
So I'm being as active about
Isn't
that as I.
that's well within most industries, though, like a safety certification class
Yes.
or course. And you know what? And I want to say this to you, John. There's a lot of places that are trying to create curriculums around. Look, there's schools in every city, and we need them. Obviously, people can't just learn from books. If we did, we wouldn't have universities. We would only need libraries. But that's
Right.
not the case. And you're in a situation where you don't need anyone to lead. You could literally get a place locally, and you could actually teach courses on safety and compliance, and you could actually make people aware of the fact that you do have this patent, and this is an application of technology that other people are using in other parts of the world for food items, and cannabis is quickly becoming a food type item.
Not only that, John, I mean, I'm on the board of the National Cannabis Industries Association, and we do certification. So, I mean, that's a course that we could approach them as well, because we're
Absolutely.
talking over 1,000 different businesses around the United States, and all those that are not only producing, the medicine and the BHO, these are the producers of the machinery as well. That could all benefit from your knowledge and safety and your desire for safety, because it could come from a viable voice and coming from the voice itself.
Well, if you're really wanting to come out now, this is an opportunity for you to actually give these types of safety certification to companies that are already trying to create the equipment around what you're doing. I mean, this isn't I think it's an opportunity for a lot of people to actually get a better understanding of it, do it cleaner, and actually be safer at it.
Well, I think it's a good thing because if you're going to have somebody teach about safety and how to use the system to the highest possible order, why not use the guy who wrote the patent in the first place? And I would feel a lot better than that. I've seen some of the courses that some of the companies put out, and some of them are scary. Some of the guys that do the demonstrations scare the living shit out of me. I still hearken back to the guy who was in a garage. He lifted the garage door up 6 inches and said, I often leave the garage door open 6 inches in case anything happens, so that and I called them on the phone because I was so concerned about them, and I told the guy, listen, two things. The demonstration in the garage where the guy in the garage door, if an explosion ever happens or if something happens in there, he'll be the first to know. He'll be going through that door burning at 5,000 degrees, number one. Number two, you need to take that video down because you are going to end up in
Right.
court liable for teaching somebody how not to
Exactly.
fucking do this. And so I call companies now and I tell them, hey, your fucking video, take it down, you're liable. It's bad. And then if I have to, I send them a letter from our lawyers. We got these, we got some high-powered lawyers in the middle of Kansas who wrote this thing, and believe you me, it cost some money. And we went over it and over it and over it with scientists and physicists and all kinds. And this patent is well written.
John,
And
I have 25 U.S. patents. I think I have another 25 worldwide. I've been reading and writing patents for about 30 years in my career. It is one of the most well-written, well-constructed patent, which was one of the reasons why I'd asked you the question previously. Why aren't you going after companies? Because it seems really solid. The claim number one seems solid, and if you put anyone's butane extraction over the top of this, you'd say that this patent basically covers this process.
Everyone's.
I'm trying not to kill the fucking industry, you know.
Oh, right. No. I appreciate that. Yeah, right.
It's like delivering a breech baby, you know. You got to make some moves in order to turn the baby around to get its head down first. And if I would start jumping on people about it, I'm afraid it would be a big wet rag over something that's good and something that's brought good to the world. I mean, listen, I gave up the idea to the whole world one evening while I was sitting in Switzerland in a tiny cubicle on a computer, and I gave it up because I wanted this to be known. I feel connected to everybody, you guys. You're all brothers. We're all part of this, and if I would have just sat on that, anyway, I don't know how to say it except for I couldn't hold it back. And so now I don't want to squash it with bad energy. You know, I'm going to go to the big guys and I'm going to offer them, hey, you are in violation of my patent, but here's the cure. You get a license from me. You let me train all your people. You can quit worrying about them blowing themselves up or burning themselves. You can stop making that shit system you're making now. And here's one. I mean, they've got so many problems, those things. Those big, long tubes they pack the pot in. You know what their biggest problem is? Channeling. The fucking gas will go down through it and around it, and it won't get all of it, and it won't extract everything. And that's a big problem. That channeling shit, and they don't know how to deal with it. And in my patent, I deal with it 100% effectively. But you cannot use a big long tube like that to do the extractions in. That'll never work. Number one. Number two, I also came up with the idea of the vacuum boil, and that's where on the inside of the chamber, I drilled these little tiny valleys like a ant farm, like an ant lion does. You know, a little hole like a triangle in the bottom. So we drill these, and then when we put the vacuum on to start the vacuum boil, those little valleys cause bubbles to be formed, lots of bubbles, and sonic bubbles. And those bubbles fiercely go out and stir everything. So since everything's stirred up like a motherfucker, there's no channeling. The minute we did that, we started getting 100% yields every single time. You can't pack it in a pipe and get 100% yield, and it's just a joke. And the fact that they've gone up and gone taller and taller is laughable, because that means somebody's not paying attention. And it doesn't work that way. If you look at my patent and look how the machine is shaped, you'll see the answer for how to do that. Excuse me. And it's simple. I use a big cone instead of a tube. And the inside of the cone is prepared and mirrored. And when it does the vacuum boil, the shit from the bottom boils right up to the top and back down again. And so you get this incredible extraction. It's clean and it's pure. and then it goes through the activated charcoal and the molecular sieves, comes out, finest oil on earth. I mean, I've heard everybody try it for years, and you know what the first question everybody asks me after they try it, when they for sure got stuff I made in their hand? The first question, everybody, not 99.9%, 100% of the people ask me this question. Got any more?
Yeah, well, I will say this about it. I will say this. I've had 2 experiences in my life where I smoked something that was so strong I was almost shocked by it. A third time when I ate some mushrooms at a fish show and thought, man, this must have been dipped in liquid LSD because this is way too fucking strong for how much I ate.
Music. It was the music.
The 2 times it was smoking, it was Skunkman Sam's dry sift. That shit is, and I mean the stuff that he grew and made, not just stuff that he gets from someone and cleans, but his resin. It fucking rocked me. Like, I didn't pass out and I didn't fall down, but I'll tell you, I left more high than I have ever been in my life. And the next time that happened to me was when Steve the Nose Hayes gave me that gram of your oil in Amsterdam in like whatever year that was. And that was also psychotic. It was psychotically strong. It was stupid strong. Like, it was just like, what the fuck is this? Just destroy people at coffee shops with that shit because nobody had it. Nobody.
But that was from Neville's weed.
Yes, exactly. It was from the Neville's Haze, and there was dry sift, I think, put in there too or something.
Yes, Steve gave me some dry sift, and there was Neville's weed. And
either way, it was amazing. Both you guys have that honor of...
Wait, you ran Neville's Haze dry sift through your extractor is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I bought the last gram of it in Amsterdam.
Do you still have any of that?
No, in fact, Tony, in fact, I hate to admit it, but I couldn't even finish it. I ended up giving it to Mila on my way out of the country because I was like, holy shit, Mila, all I know is this is the strongest shit I've ever fucking been able to buy, and I can't take it home, so I gave her like 1/4 of a gram of it. Well, back when Mila was still talking to me.
Yeah, well, she probably has fond memories of you if she smoked it.
Well, I'll tell you, that was serious. That was serious shit. It was that Skunk #1 dry sift and that Neville's Haze oil that were the 2 like. Oh.
Well, when I went back from India, Steve and Neville and some other guy, I'm trying to remember his name. Anyway, Neville gave me a little bag of seeds, which I took back to India. He wanted me to grow some of the haze in India and then smuggle it back because we had a very good smuggling. You got to remember, this was when you could smuggle shit on the airlines, not now where they look into your pee-pee and stick a finger up your butt and ask you to cough.
Yeah.
This, back in those days, I mean, I don't remember anybody searching any fucking thing before we got on a plane in the 80s. I just don't have any memory of that. So anyway, we used to get a suitcase full of buds and hash and go to the Delhi airport, which you just simply paid the custom guys in advance and never fucking went through any customs. In fact, the customs guys carried your bags out to the passenger cart and put it on it for you, and then you would fly to Amsterdam. And in Amsterdam at Schiphol in those days, they were building it, and it was a fucking nightmare. It was cement carts and stuff everywhere, and we would just grab our shit, walk down and walk out of the front door of Schiphol, and I took it over to Steve, and he's like, holy fuck. He goes, okay, well, I'll pay you next time. And I said, you tight son of a bitch. I said, pay me in advance. Steve was the tightest fucker on the planet, wasn't he? That fucker squeaked. He squeaked when he walked.
Oh, but he always had good hash.
Yeah, I know where he got it from, too. A lot of it.
I guess you did. Well, I never really had the affinity for that sort of, like the oil you made, sure, the hash the sift that Sam was making, the bubble that I myself was making. I just always preferred over any sort of imported hash that I was getting from any other country. I just never saw anything that was on that same level. as those things. Except maybe in Jamaica, where I made my own water hash that was like as nice as anything I've seen anywhere in the world.
Speaking of Jamaica, we have to have that conversation about that because you know, there's all kinds of little things that would be very additive, not just the patent, but other information that I possess that we could put to great use uh, in a way there, if you know what I'm saying. You know.
Oh, I've seen it. I can see it, and we are definitely going to be having that conversation. In fact, probably sooner than later, as people are hitting me up on private message, hey, you need to hook me up with Indra right now.
Yeah.
You're a very popular man at this moment.
Well, people are loving his stories, and they're loving that he comes across as honest.
Well, I'm not telling you anything that isn't just exactly the way it was. There's nothing to be gained from bullshitting. I listened. My dad was in the army. I grew up listening to them get drunk at a poker table and tell each other bullshit war stories, and I was always wanting to say something, but Dad was always shut the fuck up. You know, that was Dad's term of endearment, by the way. But anyway. Later on, he bought me an Encyclopedia Britannica, and I read the fucking thing because I was an avid reader at an early age, and I read through it, and then I would sit around in the living room when they were playing poker and get drunk, and they would say something that was bullshit. I would call them on it, and I would go, "Nope, that's not true." And
Little so Google, you were Google.
I was baby Google. Let me tell you. I heard "shut the fuck up" more times in my life than I did my name.
Oh my God. I'll puff to that.
But my dad...
I'm puffing to that. My dad was the same way. He's old school Italian. I couldn't get a word in. I just shut the fuck up all the time.
Yeah, constant.
I'll puff to
that, and he would slap me. If I looked like I was daydreaming, he'd slap me in the back of the head and go, "Pay attention." And... because of that, I learned how to become a world-class attention payer. And
right?
that's where the patents come from, and that's where I'm not a chemist, but I sure came up with a lot of chemistry shit during my time on the chemistry boards.
A good old slap in the head.
Yeah, slap in the back of the head, you know,
thousands.
Tens of thousands.
Okay, I'm gonna try that and see if it helps.
Well, you're gonna have to get your dad. Nobody can slap you in the back of the head like your dad.
I got a 19-year-old. I got a 19-year-old son to practice on.
Oh, better.
You're gonna do it to him.
Yeah, I'll practice on him.
You gotta start younger than that. Start way younger than that.
Way younger. You gotta start him like 3-4 years old. You know. I don't know if at 19, what might end up happening is he might turn around and break your jaw for you.
Hey, Indra, I just wanted to mention when you were jokingly saying if anyone wants to send me $250, people were actually asking where they could send that, and I just said, you know, if you want to donate anything to Indra, there's a donation button on the Hash Church banner, and I'll gladly send it off to you. So someone just dropped $50 in there, so. I guess you got $50 coming to you.
Well, what do you know? Maybe it's the fucking world turnaround time, and people are going to pay a little bit for value already received. I think I was the original pay it forward guy.
I think that you're definitely, for our community, one of the pay it forward guys for certain. And yeah, it's nice to see if people just want to put Indra in the subject there. If that comes in, I'll gladly forward it over to him. He's given enough.
Next week, I'm going to show you guys how to make those beautiful soft temple balls. And when you see how simple and easy it is, you're all going to do the same thing I always do, and that is form a break in your colon. Because this method is just the sweetest of the sweet things that you ever fucking ran across. When you see it, it is so sweet that you'll get wood.
We might have to invite Frenchie Cannoli. We might have to invite Frenchie Cannoli for that, because he's all about the, making the fine water hash temple balls and such. But are you planning on doing that via voice, or are you going to set up a camera and show someone's hands rubbing balls together?
I'd have to talk to my wife about that, but
yeah,
she's the only one I know who's willing to rub balls together on camera.
Perfect. Perfect.
But no,
hey, I'll film it. If you need
yeah.
somebody to film it, I'll come up there and film the ball.
Here's the deal. What I'm going to do is explain how to do it. It is so simple that it doesn't really need anything in the way of illustration or pictures or anything. It's one of those things that I can explain to you in 5 minutes, and you will never forget it and use it the rest of your life.
I still want to see Tony's HD version filmed and up on Bubbleman's World, nonetheless.
I was going to say that our industry is.
I will make one. I will make one. Picture's worth 10,000 words, and some people can't fucking pour piss out of a boot with instructions on the heel. So I will make a video so that it is absolutely crystal clear, because I suppose if you were a complete dumbass, you could hurt yourself wiping your butt, you know?
Well, nobody reads anymore. Nobody listens, so we all work off of pictures nowadays.
What kind of materials do you start with? Plants, resin, wet, dry?
I start with the first method, which is removing the other method that you can use to remove the trichromes that will butt up against the making of the hash perfectly. And I'll show you both of those, or I'll tell you.
Wet plants, dry plants?
Dry plants. Dry plants. I'll give you a brief explanation, because I don't know if you heard it the first time I mentioned it, but the way I learned to get the trichromes stems from when I was trying to discover a way to get the mold and spores out of pot that was otherwise good but had gotten some mold, or a mold run had gone through it. And I was literally trying to find a way to separate that out, and I was using static electricity of sort at a certain frequency, and then later I learned to modulate it with temperature. And when I got to the right frequency level of the right kind of electricity and the right temperature, all the trichromes jumped up out of the ground up pot onto the face of the upper electrode, and in great purity, and all of them. What I didn't tell you was, before we did that, we grinded up to an extremely fine powder, because this was me trying to find out how many mold spores were present. And I thought that I was going to be able to attract them out with electricity, but instead I attracted out the trichromes. So that's how I do that.
Well, I want to see that as well. That sounds pretty like everything else that you've said, mind-blowing.
Awesome.
I also feel that even though you say trichromes, I feel that I shouldn't be correcting you. It sounds right when you say it, even though anyone else that says trichromes, I say, it's trichomes, it's trichomes. But
right.
You keep saying trichromes. It goes well with everything you're saying, and I appreciate it. So
my upper
it's definitely
lip is...
tomatoes. I don't care how you pronounce it, to be honest with you. Just keep playing with them.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I love them. I listen. You know, when I saw them separate out, I was doing the happy dance. Me and my son were in the room, and
that's that aha inventor's moment, man. You know, you experienced an invention. You just saw something that you couldn't have predicted. You predicted that you're going to pull out this thing, and you pulled out that thing, and you couldn't have predicted the result of the outcome until you did the experiment, and that's why it's an invention.
And did you actually test the materials after the resin was extracted to see what the THC level was of the remaining materials?
No, the first time I did it, we were just like, what the fuck, yeah? Hey, did you see that? Hey, let's grind up some more and try it again. And let's make sure that wasn't some kind of a weird scenario because all the equipment was still set at the same frequency, and we were
Yeah,
keeping everything the same, and
yeah.
we put another load in it and tried it and got the exact same results. And so,
For example, if what you do is use I'm mixed up. I got to think the right question to ask. I'll mention it in a minute.
okay, no problem. Anyway, since we saw that, we were it's an epiphany moment, and you don't after a few minutes, tears come to the eyes, and you realize you have this epiphany that you're the first person to ever see this on Earth.
What year was that?
Oh, jeez. It was in the late 80s sometime. I'm not sure exactly when. It might have been 87, 88.
Yeah. When we made dry sift and we tested the materials before and after the resin extraction, we found that even after making dry sift, as much as almost 50% of the THC was still in the ground up material.
Oh, well, on that subject, once we took all the, and I'm probably not saying it right, once we separated all the trichromes out, we then took the remainder of the material and subjected it to extraction.
And did you get THC?
We not only got THC, but we got very strong THC oil. The leaves and the small green buds were full of it. Here's the formula that we ended up at. By using our trichrome extraction method, on an average pound, we would get between 60 and 80 grams of trichromes out of it. Then the remainder of it we would extract and get 120 grams of oil. We would take that 120 grams of oil and that 80 grams of trichromes and come up with 200 grams of hash. I think last time I told that to Mark.
Out of a pound of...
Nobody believed it.
Wait a minute. Out of a pound of weed?
Out of a pound of weed, we would get between 60 and 80 grams of trichromes if it's done properly.
Okay.
The rest of it gives us anywhere between 80 and 120 grams of oil on subsequent extraction.
So you're getting 200 grams, but that's more than there is THC in the weeds that you started with.
It's not more than there is oil in it.
No, not more than the oil, more than the THC, I'm saying.
Well, but you're talking just oil weight. You're talking about getting almost half 40 to 50% of the material separated away as oil.
Well, I had this conversation.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, the other part of it, the trichromes are full of the other portion of the oil, and when you mix them in with the oil to make those little balls, if you mix it right with the right material, when you break them in half, it looks like glitter inside. I mean, they're beautiful.
Well,
yeah,
and also
that's totally possible. We did tests in California, and we were having upwards of 32% THC acid in a plant, and then 5% terpenes on top of it by weight. So right there, that's 37% total diffraction.
What do those resin balls or what do those hash balls analyze for in terms of total cannabinoid content?
You'd have to ask Mark. The first time I separated the balls in purity was just recently, and I haven't had a chance to analyze them or do anything. My analyzing was limited to stuffing it in a pipe, and
that's gonna vary on plant by plant, sample by sample.
I had dry sift, which was in the low 80s, but it was 99.9% pure resin heads.
Well, we've actually participated in a little contest and produced 96% THC oil. That's not hard to do. You take a cup of really, really good that's already high, and you pour pure alcohol in on top of it, stir it up, and let it sit a while. And pretty soon all the fats and stuff will come out at the top as a big white layer. and you pour those off, and what's left over is nigh on to pure THC.
THCA, right?
THCA, yeah.
Yeah, but I've never had THCA, even 100% pure, that was as good as dry sip that was only 60% THC or THCA. But
well, when you purify it, you take a lot of the goodies out of it. I mean, let's face it. The rushes are always created by the impurities.
That's right.
So
It's interesting you say that, because I don't have a huge desire to sit and vape any of the THC I have. It doesn't have the same effect as.
Get some terps on there.
That's what I always say.
No shortage of terps.
Or as Rob Clark said, pure THC is boring. It has no individuality.
Though, but there's been a lot of people that have been coming to me and communicating that they've been actually eating THCA and having great medical benefits and not feeling high. Yeah, and if you have to go to work and you're trying to deal with a medical condition and still earn a living, that's really amazing.
Well, listen, here's the story behind it. When all the oil I make is dihydro THC, I use no heat whatever in my process of any consequence. So you can drink a cup of it and not get high. But the minute you heat it up and decarb it, wham, you're going to be, in left field. And also, the CBDs are in truth the voltage regulator for the THC. You're high, you take the CBD's all out of it and just produce this real pure 99% THC. Oh yeah, you're getting really fucking stoned, but it's far and away not the high that you get from smoking pot or smoking good bud or just smoking regular oil that hasn't been treated that way. It's too pure. Some plants you can get a lot of extreme pure stuff out of it, but the higher the purity rate, the less the taste, the less the smell, the less. I think it's less all the way around.
Well, the less component of the entourage or ensemble effect, as we like to say here on Hash Church, because you've taken out all the other minor components that, flavor,
As my friend Kenny put it, I showed him some really high THC shatter, and he said, I find it interesting, but at what point does a pizza become a block of cheese when it's 92% cheese and all the sauce and the dough and the spices are gone?
I agree.
Yeah. They both have their place. They both have their place.
Yeah, I thought it was a nice analogy, though. Really.
I prefer when I'm hungry to eat a nice slice of pizza, but at the same time, I see the value of isolating the different cannabinoids and the terpene profiles and even the terpenes, just learning about them. The more I used to say it, people would be like, do we really need more than 2 bags? And I'm like, no, really, it's like there's learning that goes on as you add another screen and you isolate it or separate it further. There's learning that happens in that, and if it's going to work with water, it's going to work with all sorts of things.
This is certainly different than LSD, where you want the highest purity possible, highest purity at all times, because you're only interested in that single molecule. You're not interested in the entourage effect, the ensemble.
Right. Yeah. Well, cannabis is unique in that sense. There's a party going on in there.
Yeah, and you want to invite everybody.
Yeah, they're all invited. We're very inclusive here at
our brain likes.
I disagree. I have great preferences on which of the terpenes and cannabinoids I like to be in the presence of.
Well, I think we just meant that we want to have them available to choose from. So if you want to, you can,
I would agree. Everybody should have availability of all of them.
Yeah, then you can pick the ones you like, and we all are a little different. Although I'm guessing that most likely the ones that Sam liked, I would also be liking as well.
We need like a terpene bill of rights.
Yes. Do you want to get on that, Tony?
Well, we the terpenes for the people.
Yeah.
Well,
all terpenes are created equal.
Mark, do you guys remember the ruling? Do you remember the ruling in Germany that said that humans had a natural right to cannabis? It was in the 1994.
Well, they just did that in Mexico too.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember, but in 1988 in San Francisco, a guy who was a lawyer was delivering flats of rooted pot plants to the police station, trying to get somebody to arrest him because he had a case where he said that given the atmospheric conditions and the amount of ultraviolet radiation coming through, given the amount of protection derived from smoking pot, it is, although it's against the law, it is safer for me to smoke pot than it is to go without. And so therefore he wanted the police to arrest him so he could have a test case in court. He went everywhere. He delivered marijuana to police stations everywhere. Nobody would touch him. Yeah,
You know, a lot of people don't know that, or from what I've read, activism, marijuana activism started in San Francisco when a guy walked into a San Francisco police station and asked to be arrested, and a lawyer helped him out, and that became what ended up becoming a morphia, the normal, and what we know as civil resistance to the cannabis laws.
Well, that's also what stirred Sergeant Sunshine. Do you remember him?
I don't remember him. The one I'm talking about was in the book High in America.
Yeah, well, I think Sergeant Sunshine was in it. He was the first San Francisco cop to light up a joint on the steps of City Hall. And
really?
Yeah, Sergeant Sunshine, Google it.
We need more cops like Sergeant Sunshine. I'm gonna go.
Well, in Berkeley, we had...
I met Sergeant Sunshine. He was a real guy, but he was much more of an acid head than a pothead.
Well, with a name like that, you would think so.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Not that there's anything wrong.
In Berkeley in 1979, the early activism of a lady who would go on to be the mayor actually raffled off a kilo of cannabis on the steps of City Hall in Berkeley to get the original decrim and making cannabis the lowest priority of the police officers in Berkeley. So, it's eternal vigilance is the price of liberty, as they say.
Listen, that raffle, that same pot got re-raffled off because they were trying to raise money. And the next person that bought it re-raffled it right away, right on the spot, again and again and again and again and again. And they collected something like $20,000 at that scenario.
That is correct. I heard that scenario went down. You were there then.
I bid twice on it, but I didn't have that kind of money in those days. And so.
Was it good pot? Because I've never heard anybody who was there besides Lonnie, and she wouldn't speak regarding it.
That pot was donated by Dennis Perrone and Associates, who had several houses in San Francisco where you could go starting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the door guard would let you in. You could go upstairs, and there was guys sitting with woks full of pot and joints. You could try out, see what you wanted, and buy pot.
Called the Big Top.
Yeah, the Big Top. And Dennis supplied that raffled off pound. He did a lot of things like that.
Oh yeah, the first rally I did in Berkeley, his friends were the ones who gave us the leaf that we rolled all those 1,000 joints for and passed out in People's Park, because as he spoke we just passed out joints because he was the draw, because Dennis was really the cement for Northern California in my early activism days in 93 and 94. I mean, he used to hold the Cal Normal meetings over in San Francisco, and he always had fat weed always available. You show up for the meeting, you were getting high on good fucking weed. And Dennis has always been synonymous. I've never heard anyone say, I got this bad pot from Dennis. Never said by anyone.
No. You tried everything before you bought it with
Yeah,
Dennis.
but Dennis also sold medium, good, and great pot. I mean, he tried to have all qualities for everybody.
And he taught us that as well. One of the things we learned early on in the medical here in California, we started to go just toward the high grade. And he was one of those, and along with the patients, say, hey, don't neglect, because people are in all ranges, and so that's where we have $5 all the way up, you know, because all different grades need to be represented, because we find a lot of places tend to strictly go toward just the high end, and a whole bunch of patients get benefit from all different ranges, and you can't discriminate, you know, what somebody utilizes as medicine. So that's why we try to stock all different ranges to accommodate that. And
Price-wise too, some of that bud was super expensive. So if it was the exceptional quality, I heard prices in the range of $80 an eighth.
Oh, yeah, he was selling in San Francisco. Yeah, his high-end stuff was definitely in the $80 an eighth, and that was definitely everybody going, what the hell? But, you know, he was paying high money for that. This is also back in the days where it was, you know, $6,000 a pound and stuff like that, and people would come down, and, you know, he could afford to pay for it, you know.
All I can say is first pot club with an elevator.
Well,
yeah.
Hey, way back when Dennis had those houses, I never saw any pot that expensive.
I want to say that he gave so much away. You know, I know personally the people he was helping, and there were people that could afford to pay for good pot and wanted to pay for good pot, almost like to brag how much they paid for good pot, and he gave a shit ton away. I mean, Dennis, I mean, I don't want to say, you know, he took about poverty, but he has been such a true spirit.
Emery was the same way. Emery was the same way. He sold seeds for a high dollar price, but he gave it all away. He, you know, it was like, yeah, I'm pulling some money out of the cannabis industry, but I'm also putting it all right back. So, and keep in mind,
Mark, that's what I said when he got his Cannabis Culture Award. I felt that what he did by redistributing was it had helped so much. Mark Emery helped so many people directly and indirectly through direct donations of actual cash.
Millions of dollars.
Yes, he saw an absolute nexus with empowering people with the ability to print flyers or to get a lawyer or to help them with stuff, and he was very generous. And a lot of people don't know it because he was yelling about all the other stuff, but behind the scenes, Mark was actually giving away an awful lot of money.
Dennis always had 70, 80 people working for him. He was always giving shitloads of people who didn't have money would come up to those pot places. They would always leave with pot. He kept everybody fed. The fucking house he lived in was filled to the brim with people. He's a humanitarian.
We'll have to get him on to Hash Church with Emery one of these.
Always group home. He's still, when he goes to San Francisco, there's always a whole bunch of people in the house taking care of the house. And yeah, that's the thing about Dennis. He spread it around. I mean, yeah, he charged a homage, but he always gave back the same way like Mark. You know, those are true philanthropists. Those are the ones who taught us, because we're nonprofits at Berkeley Patients Group, so we have to give money away. So we give to all these different organizations, but they're the ones who taught us to always give back, to always realize that there's low income. So that's why we set up. We give away low income free cannabis to low-income patients who actually meet the criteria through, you know, social studies that actually prove that they're low income, so that they're always left with that. And those are things that, again, that Dennis instituted, that we realized that we had to continue. So now the city of Berkeley has it mandated that up to 2% of what we do has to go free to Berkeleyites, and so we do that, pay it forward.
Well, lest we all become Republicans, hey? We don't want to do that. And so as long as we realize that we don't want to become Republicans, we look around and see what the kings of the money and acquiring toys that your relatives will play with after you're dead. No thanks. You know, I probably will make a lot of money before I die, but you know, all the people after me will benefit from it. I'm too fucking old to enjoy much of anything except for, hey, a faster computer, or I don't even drive my WRX anymore because it's too fast.
Hey, a 4-hour erection! Come on now.
Hey, you're not doing your kids a favor by leaving them money. I've known more fucked up kids. I mean,
I agree, but mine worked for it. They work for me, and they do all that stuff for me, so they bust ass. So whatever I leave behind is, we're just going to not call it money, we're going to call it residue.
Nice.
So, you know,
I
have no further use for it. I'm going to change my electronic status. We're all just a bunch of whirling.
What do you mean? You could take one of those Virgin Galactic flights to space.
As an ash, people have been calling me an ass all
No,
my life.
do it while you're alive, dude. You could be the first one in outer space on acid.
Yeah. Actually, I like philosopher's stones. I don't know if you've ever messed with those, but man, oh man, they are the cat's pajamas of happy.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with them.
Yeah, I love them.
They're legal here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, I know. That's why one day I got off the plane in Amsterdam to go get visas, and I walked into a smart shop, and it said mushrooms and philosopher's stones. And I asked the guy, "What the fuck is a philosopher's stone?" And he explained it to me in great detail so that I could understand it. And I bought 2 or 3 boxes of them, and I went off to a cafe and started mixing them in with my food. And then I spent the next 24 hours wandering around Amsterdam with the biggest shit-eating grin on my face, saying hello to every fucking body. I just had the best time ever. Every fucking body was hello, and 15-minute conversation, didn't matter who it was or where it was. And I finally went back to India. I took a whole shitload of them with me because I just ground them up and dried them out and put them in a bag. I cut them up. When I got to India, the guy there in India, it was a Sikh guy with a turban on. He said, "What is this?" And I handed him a 1,000 rupee note, and I said, "Here, it's written on this, the explanation about what that is."
Oh my God.
That was that. And I just walked right through, and we had them there in India for quite a while. So I love the little fuckers. They're real. Talk about a teacher thing.
Yeah, the logos.
Psilocybin grows wild in the Himalayas.
Oh, I've had to listen. Manali, you find the first person you find before you even get into the village. Manali's famous for hash, soft brown finger hash in India, amazing stuff. But the first person outside the village you run into is the kooky old mushroom lady, and she's dresses and looks like a witch, and she's going to sell you an ounce bag of psilocybin that they grow up there, up above Manali, and woohoo! We took one of those and stayed the night in Manali, which is up high and cold, and it was kind of weird. But when you're that fucking stoned, you don't notice anything except wow.
I love psilocybin mushrooms. I learned how to grow them just in high school. Before we could find them to pick them, because in Manitoba we couldn't really figure that out. We could take trips to BC, but that came a few years later for me. We were growing them in the early 90s. Late 80s, early 90s, we ordered some spores from Terence McKenna's company there, some psilocybins, some cubensis, and my God, just such great experiences as well. I always felt that it really unleashed language in me and that I could just talk in such a way and get my message across, and I always and will always have an affinity for psychedelic mushrooms, certified by Mother Nature.
They should be passing philosopher's stones and mushrooms out in old folks' homes than in hospices.
I'm telling
you. My dad passed away from lung and bone cancer, or had metastasized from one to the other. They don't know which way yet. But in the end, he was starting to get down to about 90 pounds or so, and it was starting to really disturb everybody in the family. And I asked him if he'd be willing to have a pot brownie. And he looked at me and he said, "Well, I would try to eat it. Do you think it would help?" And I said, "Well, have you ever gotten high on it stuff before, Pop?" And he says, "When I was in North Africa during the war and they ran out of wine, we used to buy hash from the Muslims." And so he said, "I have smoked it." And I said, "Okay, so here's what I want you to do." And I went down. It was in Arizona at the local hospital, and I went down and I got some pot brownies. And I brought them back to him, and I gave them to him. And by 16 weeks later, he weighed 165 pounds. And he was sending me to Hooters daily to get wings for him. And he finally passed at 3 o'clock in the morning. One morning, he woke me up. I was holding his hand. I had my cot next to his bed. Because he said he was afraid to die, and I said, I'm just going to be right there with you, and there's nothing to be afraid of, because it's going to be like waking up out of one dream, and this will seem like the dream to you then. and he listened to me because he didn't want to hear about reincarnation. You know, he he was brought up Catholic, and he had a lot of lines on the back of his hands where the nuns beat him with a ruler. So to him, God was, you know, a bad deal all the way around.
What is
But
it with those nuns and their damn rulers? I was raised
it's
Catholic,
the
and they
explanations in their name.
beat the
Nuns.
yeah,
None
they
of it, none of that. And so what they do is they filled up with anger because they don't get to do any of the pleasure. Look,
seriously.
the reason medical marijuana works is a very simple one. Everybody, that a lot of people talk about all the different why it is it for you. It's a very simple answer. When you're fucking high, it's hard to feel pain. You know, high brings joy, and joy eliminates pain. And so what the doctors can't seem to put that together in their fucking heads that you got to be on narcotics in order to get rid of the pain, when instead you can be in joy. Joy eliminates the pain, and
Well, I
that's
don't
why it
know.
works.
Yeah, and I was like, when I first started, just as an example, I got on here, I was super nauseous and sick. I took 2 hits of some dog walker flower rosin. I'm not nauseous anymore. I'm not sick, and I actually got a little bit hungry and ate some like sprouted oats. You know?
Nice.
So all good
Well,
effects.
Like I always say, I'm always very well if I smoke hash.
That's a good way to look at it. Listen, I've burned so much shit in my lungs that, you know, I have to be careful these days to put things in there that I can actually cough and survive the cough. Otherwise, sometimes I'll cough so hard I'll start going unconscious and hear that cosmic buzzing sound that you hear when you're getting ready to go unconscious. If you haven't heard it up till now, count your blessings.
I'm counting my bong rips. I'm on number 16. Anyone else counting their bong rips?
It's been a great day, though. You know, John, I can't thank you enough for joining us. I've had a blast listening to you. You know, and hearing you talk is very inspirational. It's
I look forward to
fascinating.
it.
It's a lot
I
of
look forward
fun.
to it. You guys are a lot of fun, and I guess all my life I've been teaching different things, one thing or another, um, and I enjoy teaching something when there's a student in front of you who's going to absorb it and take it in and make it part of their life. That's the only trail, the only residue trail you can leave is action. If you do
Well,
something that was so good that people are still doing it, then it was a success.
well, you've got 10,000 students watching between now and the next week, so there you go. There's always people are always tuning into Hash Church for the little gems. They know that we're not just going to crack open the vault and just gems are going to pour out everywhere. We've got to kind of surf and navigate through a dialogue and a conversation to uncover them. But if you pay attention and you put the time in and you listen, I think between the 98 episodes we've had so far, there's been some unbelievable amount of gems dropped for plenty of gem mining for the people watching.
Marcus, you might even say that the knowledge comes out a dab at a time.
A dab at a time. Yep, I think we will say that, Sam.
Well, you can only smoke knowledge a dab at a time too, so
That's true.
it's a good balance.
Tony's jumping ahead with the dabs, so dabs away.
Absolutely. You know, I've got. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say this is the really interesting because I had some CBD and I used blackjack terpenes. Just heat it up as it cools down and it crystallizes, and then I just mixed it up and I let it sit for a week.
Yeah, looks nice.
And it's just blackjack CBD crystals. It's really nice.
I hear it's blackjack. Is it something? Is it a Kush?
There's a couple different people running different blackjacks out here, but I was told it was Black Domina and a Jack Cross.
Uh-huh.
So it would be kind of a hybrid. It would just be a hybrid.
Jack Domina.
But
I don't even know what Jack is unless you're talking about Jack Ferrera.
yeah, that's what it is. It's black. It's like a Black Domina and a Jack. But some people say it's blackberry, but there's no blackberry.
What? Herrera. My son just smacked me in the back of the head and said it's Jack Herrera, not.
Hey, that's what sons are for. Hey, John's son.
He smacked you in the back of the head.
Jack Carrere. Okay, I just got the second slap, so.
Okay, and I'll just say it. Jack used to say it all the time. It rhymes with terror. Terror. That's how he liked his last name pronounced.
He's
Jack
terrorizing the world.
Yes.
I do have some Kush, though. I have some sour Kush, though. I'll smoke on your behalf.
Yeah, I love Kush.
So this is non-solvent, though. This is made from a bubble hash that was pressed in sour Kush terpenes at a very, very high rate.
Oh, I'm surrounded by Kush.
Together, you'll have to bring some of that along. Listen, guys, I got a overwhelming stuff happening here at the house, and I'm gonna have to sign off and take care of. And we'll see you guys next week for the reveal.
Thanks for coming on, John. Say hi to your son, and I hope that your day goes well.
Thanks a lot, guys. Take care, everybody.
Nice chatting, John.
Thank you.
Peace, John.
Well, if that wasn't just awesome. That was good stuff. Good
That's
conversation.
a lot of information, man. A lot of good shit, man. I have to say, we've had some epic ones lately, and this one has to rank right up in there. That's pretty good all-around information.
Yeah, absolutely. That's I'm excited to move forward on that. You know, a couple more people dropped some dough in the PayPal account, so 100%. I will pass that on to John. Thank you, guys. I think that's nice to do.
Yeah, cheers to you guys.
I like the idea of using the donation button to gift to panelists that inspire the audience. You know, if someone comes on, I said this to Todd a while ago, maybe someone comes on and they can't afford their meds. Well, at the end of the episode, if people are touched by it, we can say, hey, if you want to help out, you can donate, put their name in the subject line, and I will 100% have no problem being very transparent about making sure exact amount of number goes to, you know, the exact money that's given goes to the whoever that is. So today it's going to be to Indra, and I thank you guys for hooking that up. That's pretty kind. Pretty kind indeed. Pretty fucking killer church, I gotta say. I listened a lot more than I talked.
Thank you for being a good custodian of your global reach.
Yeah, well, isn't that what it's all about, right? I just love the idea of bringing more and more great people like that together. It builds and empowers our community in a sense, you know, and it's I think we get comfortable in assuming we know what's going on, and we've seen and done all of that, and then you have someone like, you know, Sam or Indra come on and tell stories, and you're just like, what? Fuck.
So Bubbleman, you said you smoked 16. I've got 16 different tools that I have used, and I've gone through 4, so I'm actually on 21 right now. So you were asking. So that's how I keep my count. I just actually stack them and go through them.
That's very impressive, Etienne.
I just weigh what I smoked, so I think I smoked a gram. There was a half a gram.
You look like Edward Scissorhands there. Yeah.
I'm prepared. I like dabbers. I collect dabbers. You know, I like cool things. And as I have different ones for different things, I find, you know, as I'll do, I'll make my rows of hash, and I'll just take a chip off of each.
Oops. How did I mute Etienne by accident? Jesus.
Tony, how's your high with the THCA? Like, I'm
Sorry.
just dabbing a bit of this. I find it really uplifting.
Well, I think that I've seen like 4 or 5 different types of THCA that's out there.
Yeah.
There's different stuff going on, you know. But the crystal one, I think, is really, when it's all shards and crystals, really hard to kind of infuse with terpenes. I mean, I tried it on its own, and I think it's pretty, like they were talking about, it's a little boring. I mean, it doesn't do anything. There might be a little delay when I combine it like with something else or smoke something else right away. I feel it, but it's not the first thing I would touch on the table. But when I, you know, put 10% or 15% terpenes paired with it, or CBD, a lot changes. You know, the THCA that I was posting about the other day, that kind of had like the old school creeper delay effect. I'm not really sure why, but I felt like you feel it, taste it. It was, you're like, oh wow, it's really strong, kind of rushes over your face, and then you think that it's over, but then there's like a 30-minute to an hour delay, and all of a sudden you're just like, oh wow, I'm really high right now. And the next day when I woke up, I still felt it from 2 dabs on Friday night.
Well, the only time I really
Maybe
ever
more than
felt
2 dabs.
the only way I felt more stoned the next day was definitely after any Legends of Hash dinner.
Oh, that's a 2-day. That's a 2-day groggy. I almost don't have to smoke for 2 days after something like that.
All I know is I wake up super high the next day, like I've been dabbing all morning, but I haven't had a dab.
Yeah, this one was like I woke up and I was like, man, I still feel that. But I immediately went to the mothership and had to repeat my experience.
I like how it started as 2 dabs, and then your off-camera voice said, "Oh, it was more than 2 dabs, bro."
Well, I mean, it was probably like, there was probably like we had
like 47.
2 or 3 dabs of it. 2 or 3 dabs. Wasn't huge dabs. But the other thing that I think is, I think terpenes play a really unique role, as we've talked about it before. The Dog Walker terp oil that we made tested 88% overall cannabinoids, and this is utilizing a full melt bubble into a rosin with about 8 to 10. I would say more like 10 drops per 0.4 grams of pressed rosin, something like that. And it was 400 milligrams of terpenes and 480 milligrams of THCA. Well, there's probably 3% activation on that. Maybe 1 to 3%, but most of it was. It's really strong, and I would say at a 50% ratio. And I know Etienne's had a terp oil with that type of percentage that I'm talking about, with that sour kush. Besides the taste coating your whole mouth and everything, it really, when we were talking about pure THC versus like as we start adding terpenes, we start to see a big difference. And I'm sure flavonoids have a lot to do with it too. That's an really undiscovered platform. I mean, we've got a little bit of information on it, but I think that with terpenes is changing colors and changing the way that it pushes on receptors of THC or CBD. The most fascinating one, John, is like when I combine the terpenes with the CBD. That was done with AC/DC and some other things, but I mean, each one of them is really different.
Man, I took a few days off of terp dipping again, just to be like, oh, I'll just go back to dabbing. And Flav came over and we pressed some hash into this super real, really incredible quality rosin. It's really strong. Doesn't have as much of a taste. And man, I'll tell you, the first dip I put in the Cherry AK-47 was like, it was just like revelatory again. It just tasted so fucking delicious and had such a completely different high to it that it made me feel kind of bummed that I don't have like 15 different kinds right now. I just have a couple that still have terps in them. I'm like, I got many empty bottles here.
We got to get you to the States, brother.
Oh, I'll be coming down sooner than later.
Hey, Tony, did you hear that Colin Jeffries passed? Colin Jeffries from TC Labs? He was part of the TC Labs.
Yeah, no, I heard something about that, man. I just heard something about that yesterday. Does anyone know what happened? It sounded really unusual. Like he was just working and then he just stopped working.
It happened at work. It sounds like it could be like something like a brain aneurysm or something where he just all of a sudden he's here 1 minute and gone the next day. But shout out to the boys at TC Labs. They make some really killer concentrates.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, we should have a puff. We should have a puff for a fallen extractor. Is that what he was, an extractor?
Yes.
Yeah,
Colin
but
Jeffries.
more than that. He was I remember him. He's nice. He's a real nice kid, and everyone.
Yeah, he's from Kansas, right, Tony? I think he was originally from Kansas, came to Colorado, started making hash. He was in Mike Pesch's crew, right, over at TC Labs.
Yeah.
And I didn't know him personally. I mean, I think we met and hung out like once or twice, but just a young
I
kid.
talked to him before because I grew up in Kansas a little bit, so we had that little. I remember having a quick conversation with him one day.
I think
Just
John
a young
might be
kid
from
gone too soon.
Yeah, it's really sad when life's real fragile, and it makes you think about every second. Like this guy John that was on, he said he wakes up every morning and says bonus
round. Well, it's like my grandma said, life is short, don't be a dick. Telling you.
Your grandmother said that?
No, she
I didn't
didn't.
think so. All right, let's be real. Let's puff down for this kid.
That's what I'm saying.
Puff down. I'm gonna do a little Super Bowl for him.
Yeah, I can tell you that TC Labs made the fire. I don't know where he was in their lab, but I know he was one of the guys who certainly posted a lot of pictures of some beautiful hash. And I think there is a fund for his wife and daughter.
Yeah, he had a family.
Yeah, maybe we can.
Really
maybe
young family.
I can post that.
He just had a baby or something. Sure.
Yeah, I think if you look at his Facebook background photo, it's the son or daughter being delivered. So.
Excuse me.
So what could cause that, Mark? Like
brain aneurysm?
Yeah, what causes just all of a sudden?
Little air bubbles?
I don't know. I mean, there's a very delicate balance of blood vessels and blood that flows through the brain, and if you think about it, it's just amazing. Like when you're having a headache or in a migraine or anything like that, where you have inflammation that's going to impede blood flow to and from the brain. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a delicate balance there between what I don't really know. It's not part of my expertise, but I can tell you that there's certainly a delicate balance of what's played right at the blood-brain barrier, which is where some compounds get through and some compounds don't.
Sure, a quick way to go.
It could be anything. It's genetic too. Some people have weak arteries or veins at certain points in the brain. You don't know. So you just got to live your life to the fullest every day. Be good to the ones around you.
My grandma passed away from an aneurysm. Literally her legs felt a little numb, and she was literally on a hospital table hours later, and her artery was like wet tissue paper. There was just no way they could put it back together. It was so...
My grandmother died of a brain aneurysm also.
Yeah. Well, here's to grannies. My granny was awesome.
I had good grandmothers. Both my grandmothers were good.
I think I'm going to wind it down too, gentlemen. I got chores to do today, as I'm sure y'all do, but I'm going to say good day.
Hey, thanks for coming in, Chimera.
Pleasure. Nice chat with you guys. Take it easy.
Have a great day.
This will be my last dab as well. I think we'll end it on a good note as puffing for the fallen soldiers, the fallen grandmas, the fallen loved ones, family, friends, whoever. Let's have a puff for them, and we'll call it a week. We'll call it episode 98. Next week is the Wayne Gretzky episode of Hash Church, so probably going to have to drop some knowledge, figure something out.
We got Temple.
We got to
make balls.
Hash Church 101 will be great.
It'll be ball church. We'll have a ball.
He was funny.
Super ball, super hash ball.
My computer's about to super crash here.
Well, it's okay because I'm about to say super goodbye. It's 1:02. We rocked 3 solid hours, and I thank everyone on the panel for showing up.
4 hours.
4 hours. Sorry, what am I paying attention to? Nothing.
Are you high or something?
It's the 19 rips of rosin that I took.
I got no rosin left.
Thank Indra for coming on and sharing so many stories. Thank Todd and Etienne and Johnny B and Scialdone and Tony V and Sam the Skunkman. Rob Clark, wherever you are, thank you. We blew smoke towards the Vatican like motherfuckers this week. You would be proud. And we will continue to do so next week. So thanks, Todd McCormick, who's not in the room anymore, and Chimera and anyone else that left. I do appreciate everyone and all the people watching. We will see you next week. It's going to happen. Episode 99. It's not like it's not going to happen. See you then. Peace out.